Hello everybody, it is Thursday evening, it is the 3rd of August and welcome to everybody in the chat room. We have Dave Murphy in the chat room at the moment, so welcome Dave, but I sent you the link Dave if you want to join the Hangout. On the Hangout itself we have Chris, we have Dee from the UK, we have Ceres obviously from Holland, we have Robert Foertsch from America and me. Everybody, and hello, Robert.
Greetings. It's good to be here. Thanks for having me on this. I appreciate that very much.
It's a pleasure. Always a pleasure to have you, Robert.
Thank you.
Anyway, Robert, you were away last time we talked to you, and you're now back in Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. A wonderful visit with our sons and my dad, and also a bit of a exploration of sorts, seeing where I grew up with quite a new perspective, so to speak. And I mentioned a few of those things earlier. One of them is a river that flows north. Apparently up over 1,000 feet of curvature. Obviously that doesn't exist, and then a lake that's 31 miles long, and I was able to capture photographs of fireworks from one end of the lake to the other, which at 31 miles would be having over 650 feet of missing curvature. We're talking a lot of feet there. That can't be found. What's interesting about it too is, since it's a lake, I was able to navigate around the entire lake, kind of like a big tidal pool. You know, we've got the body of water that covers the face of the earth. However, when we look out, or when I do, it's hard to know exactly how far I can see. And with land on the other side of the lake, well, that gives a rather defined amount. So the water has been a fascination for me all my life, and it's taken on a new dimension, so to speak, of being able to see the proof of that the globe is a lie. Many of us on this hangout, or that would view it later, are already well aware of that. It's just giving us a different perspective to be able to see some of the creation, so to speak. This morning on the broadcast that I sent to the group, actually have a sunrise rainbow. I had never seen that before, and so that was part of the broadcast this morning. It was just beautiful.
Yeah, you've noticed quite a difference between, well, now you're a flat earther, you've looked at everything very differently, haven't you?
Well, yeah, and I'm not all upset that I was lied to. I understand that that's part of the journey, and seeing the world as a bit of an explorer, so to speak. I'm seeing it from a perspective where I can't really trust the official narrative any longer. You know, what we see on the news, what we see on the corporate official mind control and brainwashing of the system. So now it's more of getting out there, you know, going to the beach, going wherever I go, and what are the clues that we can observe. And where the sun and the moon travel above the face of the earth, and their duration of visibility in relationship to one another, is a huge clue, because the supposed appearing and vanishing based on a rotation that can't be felt is absurd. Their relationship changes so drastically. Sometimes they're visible for about 12 hours each within the same 24-hour cycle, and then in different seasons it'll vary several hours, which can't be explained by the official narrative. And the irony of all this is that the global proponents largely don't know a lot of the official narrative that they're supposed to believe, and yet they'll defend it based on computer generated imagery and all that. And that's part of the irony. And they'll call flat earthers crazy or stupid or whatnot. I just ended up posting in the official Globe Sphere discussion, and I'm sure there will be quite a few haters that jump out there. I believe there's professional paid detractors that want to distract and just get people to, you know, not look into it or not post pro flat earth or biblical creation posts. That's more of what I am as a biblical creationist. And when I got here to the beach, I know that I mentioned on the previous hangout from Wisconsin about questioning what is my elevation. And I got an elevation right here where I'm sitting in this chair of 190 feet. Well, there's not 190 feet of drop between here and the ocean. It's more like about 30 feet. And it was kind of funny.
They do all your apps that they say different things.
Yeah, I'll get the compass gives me a different reading than when I ask Siri, and it depends on whether I'm on a Wi-Fi or cellular data. And we're all pretty aware on this hangout that Big Brother, if he wants to put the grab on me, can know within a couple of feet of where my phone is. So, you know, it's absurd that we don't get the real elevations. I've got a bit of an echo. Is that me, or what do you think's going on with that?
Siri's is going to have to mute himself because Siri's has got too much going. It just makes him have a bit of feedback. So Siri's, you have to go mute yourself. Muted now, so carry on.
Well, I think it's better now. I don't hear the echo. One of the things that I've noticed too now, which is so funny, is the sun is like a laser beam of sorts, in that when it shoots across the top of the water, well, the sun is the light source, and then the way that it reflects across the top of the water is pretty amazing. It'll show the slightest deviation in elevation of the sand, and that's when it's down low. Obviously, when the sun is very low in the sky, when it first appears and breaks the horizon, if there's ever slight elevation difference, we're talking less than an inch, it shows up, because it'll break the reflection. So in a couple of the high quality videos that I shot, where there's some seagulls right in the light beam of the sun, and they're creating a shadow and a reflection concurrently right at the same time. And the reason why it can do that is the eye of the observer, mine, and the camera, where we have a unified perspective looking at it, and then the light source of the sun is relatively low on the horizon. So the shadow and the reflection are geometrically working together, so to speak. It's all geometry, mathematics, in that context. So what is really interesting to me is to see how be a little break in the reflection, because there's a little bit higher sand or a wave, and then when the wave comes in, then it's a continuous light beam across the top of the water, and so that's an obvious clue that there's no hump in it, because if there were, it does break the reflection.
Did you miss Myrtle Beach and all that sort of stuff, or did you because it's obviously completely different filming or looking at an expanse of water than it is to look at the sea and everything?
Well, it was enjoyable to be in Wisconsin with family and spending quality time with our sons, and also to see quite a few different perspectives. One of the other, yes, and the short answer is I miss Myrtle Beach area. Glad to be back. I would like our sons to move this way. Any of them that are doing their current careers could do them here. There's easy career transfers in this location if they choose to. So that part is possible. As far as what I'm able to capture and share and show, there's a lot to be seen wherever we go, wherever we live. What's particularly special about the Myrtle Beach area is that it's not a surfer's paradise. We don't have the big waves. So where I do the cinematography and photography at the inlet, it's particularly interesting because it's so flat, and the water comes in gentle little waves and smooths out the sand, which creates beautiful reflections, and that is an obvious clue. And we know that that it's the body of water that covers the face of the earth. As far as when I looked into the elevation of what Wisconsin is, or the different elevations that we're told, just trying to figure out how to determine that above or below sea level is a bit of a challenge. I don't have the technology to do it. And many of the tools that are available require a connection to the internet to get the official coordinates that they're giving us. The same people that gave us the fake moon landing is my point. So I can't really trust it. I know that I went up and down mountains and hills, and the deviation between here and Wisconsin is a bit challenged for me to know. One of the evidences, or what I believe is an evidence, is because I was able to see the sun above the horizon for an additional hour, I thought very interesting. That indicates that it is in fact higher than sea level by quite a bit, and it could be the 500 or 600 or so feet that is projected. But I can't tell. I can't know for sure. What I found very interesting is that the sun would appear in Wisconsin about 5 to 9 minutes after it appeared in South Carolina, where I am right now, according to the projected appearances on the Tides Near Me app or my weather app. And I know there's a time difference. I'm not talking about time zone difference. What does happen though, in the variation of, like I said, at one time it was 5 minutes, and then another time it was 9 minutes. It's within a couple of weeks difference. It's indicative of a different course that the sun is running. And because of lower humidity up in the Midwest, I was able to see daylight for quite a bit longer. Now, also, this may sound kind of funny, but how would I remember when the sun was coming up when I was a boy? 10 years old, working on a dairy farm, on my way down from the highest point in the county where we lived, and on my way to the dairy farm to carry buckets of milk. That's just what I did. And I remember seeing the sun come up, and I remember it where it came up, and how the sun would vary in where it would set as well in the evening, because I would be riding dirt bikes around and all of that, and doing chores at the house, and I would remember seeing a variation in where the sun would appear and vanish at different times of the year. And at that time, I really didn't know what the official sun-centered or heliocentric model was. I I just didn't really pay much attention to it. But keep in mind, as I'm sure you know, most of public education, whether it's in the United States or the UK or wherever it is, it's a matter of absorbing the official narrative and then being able to reproduce that in the form of answering a question. So you know, just
as a boy,
being able.
As a boy, you didn't realize what you were looking at, though, did you?
No, I didn't.
Noticed it.
No, and I was.
Run.
Yeah, I now the big change for me is that I was born again. It'll be 3 years on Halloween, or Reformation Day, as others know it, October 31st of 2014. When that happened, I had virtually lost my appetite for the official news programming and the official entertainment programming as well. Just had no interest in it. Because of that, and I should say, in addition to that, I spent a lot of time at the beach, walking around and talking to people about Jesus, about hearing the Bible, and that was a big deal to me then, and it is now. Now using cinematography to take pretty pictures and share those around the world, it's very fascinating that other people like the beauty of God's creation and like sharing it as well. So it's proven to be an effective outreach to interact with people, and quite often people come up to me and ask me questions. Because I'm wearing the Bible.com shirt, people will ask me, yeah, this is Kiwi. Different kitty. But people will ask me theological questions.
How many cats you got, Robert? How many cats have you got?
Well,
how many cats?
Well, we've got 8 cats, and I take care of the litter boxes. Our house doesn't smell like cat litter or anything. We use the pelletized pine trees that are put into pellet form.
Robert?
What's that?
Are they all quite friendly with each other?
Oh, they're mostly friendly. We've got one that's a little bit grumpy, but they're fun to watch interact, and in that they get along well. Now, like over on my bed, I had 6 of these little buggers sleeping on me last night. They're not content to just lay next to me. They want to lay on me or under my arms and that kind of thing. So they're kind of special. They're adorable. But
they missed you, didn't they?
Oh, they did.
They missed you when you went away.
Well, and you know what? I missed them too. So I'm glad to be back. They're glad that I'm back too.
Was it a bit strange going to that beach after not being there, like being there every day and then going away for, what was it? You were away for about 5 or 6 weeks, weren't you? And then coming back. Was it a bit strange going to the beach?
It was, and yet it was just wonderful to be back. For example, today there was the rainbow, and it was obviously raining to get that, and the fragrance of the fresh air, and just the people. You know, what's interesting is that when people go on vacation and they're going to be here for however many days, even though it's raining, they come out anyway. The joggers were still jogging, and the people were still walking their dogs and picking up seashells.
Just to explain to people, Robert spends his whole life going to the beach in the morning and the afternoon, and what he's trying to do is he's trying to capture the sunrise, the sunset, or the moonrise, the moonset. And every day Robert goes and takes film and pictures, don't you, Robert?
Well, most days, and this is especially a nice time of the year to do that, and it's really enjoyable for me to do that, even though, you know, sometimes, you know, depending on what's going on, I may be up at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 or 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, to come on, to get ready to go out and to do what what I do, getting all the equipment ready and so forth. Like today, just on this device that we're communicating on, my iPhone 6, I put it in a life-proof case, which is waterproof. So, you know, the planning that goes into something like that may not seem like a big deal. However, it's the difference between being able to do what I do or not. Now, I did get a new tripod that's quite a bit better. It's called a ProMaster. It's carbon fiber. It was about $200. I got it from a local camera store. I could have probably got it online for less. However, well, part of the dynamic, if we don't buy from stores, they end up going out of business. So I paid a little bit more, but it was worth it to have it for what I did in Wisconsin, and also preparing for the solar eclipse. I'm really interested. I hope the weather is clear enough that I'm able to.
Yeah, I'm sure in this hangout, Robert, we're going to be talking about the eclipse a bit anyway as we go along in the evening. But
okay.
Dee's also, Dee, who's there, he's also got a P900, haven't you, Dee?
Yep. So I've got a P900. So I'm chatting away in chat at the moment. Sorry.
That's all right. Just we P900ers.
Yeah. No, it's great. Yeah. And so sorry, Robert. I'm calling you out as a Bond villain at the moment.
You're doing what?
I'm calling you out as a James Bond villain at the moment. I think sat there stroking your cat.
Oh, Robert's a real softie, aren't you, Robert?
Well, you know what? I really enjoy being me now, and I'm comfortable in my own skin. And sometimes people are a bit objectionable, and that's basically on them. I'll just well, I'll be assertive, and yet I'm not going to be bullied, and that this whole process of coming out about not believing the official narrative of that humanity is being brainwashed with has been a real growing experience. I haven't been a people pleaser for much of my life, and what I did do at sometimes because of being in professional sales and in different job duties, I needed to be somewhat of a agreeable and a yes man. And I'm not trying to be disagreeable. It's just that there's the truth, and then there's everything else.
Yeah.
that's not the truth. And the you know, it's kind of funny. The movie The Matrix commented on quite a few things that have similarities to what we look at. And when somebody challenges the official narrative and says, "Hey, I don't believe it," then there's all kinds of the agents that come forth to defend the official position, and it's kind of funny to see that happen. So anyway, I just.
Do you think any more about what I told you about the 360-degree camera?
Well, I did, and I don't know if I'm able to go live with such a device. I can imagine the bandwidth would be quite a bit. Does anybody on the call know about that? I really haven't researched it yet.
I think X-Proxy, who's in the chat, C-Proxy rather, he has a 360-degree camera. Maybe he can say. But the whole point is that you can film it and then upload it, Robert.
Yeah, and part of the challenge, I don't know if you've heard me mention this, like the couple of posts that I had that weren't very long from the other day, the sunrises, it took me all day to get them to post. And I've posted a lot of content, as I'm sure you know, and it would be a real challenge to get those to upload.
What is that on your own personal, like, is that out on the network out, or is that on your own personal, like, internet? You couldn't get it to upload?
Well, it's on our Wi-Fi through, now they call it Spectrum. It used to be Time Warner, and we've got the fastest internet available at our residential location. But I'm using a wireless router, and we got the fastest wireless router that we could afford. It was not like really super expensive, but a few $100s, much better than the little junky substandard
I have to say,
quality.
Robert, for me, I have a wireless router, but when I do the Hangouts now, I've plugged the wire in because it's better connection.
Yeah, and that's
Maybe
what I
you
need to
need to
get
get
in
a wire.
I do believe you're right. I need to get an adapter for that. Now, have you noticed upload times are quite a bit faster as well?
Well, when I'm out sometimes and I think, oh, I need to upload something, it can happen. But there are times, depending, because I'm on Vodafone and it drops. It goes through different Vodafones, you know, like Vodafone, whatever it is, Vodafone this. Some of them you can't upload and do things on it when you're out. But at home, because of the Hangout, takes up a lot of memory out of my computer. I put the wire in.
Yeah, and what you mentioned too, Karen, helped me out quite a bit. When I have something uploading, I just walk away from the computer basically and do other things, because it seems that sometimes any other interaction, going to any other website, seems to disrupt that. And what I did notice in Wisconsin, for example, when I was there, I was able to upload videos much faster. So what we have here too, with our 16 million guests that come to the Myrtle Beach area a year, it affects the upload and download times. That's part of the traffic that happens. Even though it's not on a cellular data, people are accessing the data stream, so it affects the internet speeds that way. So it's not just it's not just my own personal connection, it's what's going on in the neighborhood. So sometimes if I, for example, am posting in the wee hours of the morning, it's more effective. It takes much less time than, let's say, a busier time of the day or night, you know, like, and I need to maybe research what those are. What I know is when normally people are sleeping or partying here, then I can upload with less
actually, I want to ask a question, Robert. As a flat earther, you're up most of the night. How many people in the chat room are up most of the night researching or doing things? Because I know that Series didn't go to bed last night and was up at 11, 12 o'clock today, and he hadn't been to sleep. I'm pretty sure Chris's sleep pattern's a bit rocked now, and he's always researching. And you end up going to bed so late, you end up sleeping half the day just to make up for the sleep.
Well,
so in the chat room, who else stays up all night?
Well, I'm not real sure. What I do end up doing, and it's, I've kind of got into more of a regular routine, is that I'll be up around the clock, so to speak, at different times, and then nap when I need to. So it is, although in the typical sleeping time after the sun goes down, I'll normally get about 5 to 7 hours like that. But I don't spend a lot of time posting proofs and that on comment threads, or simply because it can be so challenging. I just create some content that I'll post and let people do with that as they will. And if somebody is a hater from one of the groups where they're promoting the global lie, I'll just laugh at them. That's typically my reaction. I just laugh at them and let it go. Like if I love my post and they criticize me for loving my post or believing the Bible.
I can't believe that you get that many people moaning. Can I just say one thing? Whoever that was that just said that, I'm really sorry then if you heard me eating my dinner. Someone said, I hope you're enjoying your dinner, and I thought I was being really quiet. But I can't imagine many people saying that to you though, Robert.
Well, you know, and it's I don't take it personal. There are people there are people that vocally and tenaciously defend their godless perspective, because if in fact they admit the reality of the existence of God, then they have a responsibility to get to know him and what he says they should and shouldn't do. And a lot of people aren't interested in that. And I'm constrained to do that, not because he's a cosmic bellhop or a cosmic bully throwing his weight around. I just I have a passion to do what he created me to do, because he gave that to me. I basically get to do what I want because he put that want to do what he created me to do. It's a perfect fit. So I unashamedly will hand out the invitation for eternity, because I'm convinced it's the best deal going. I haven't seen anything better, and I understand there's a lot of different perspectives with psychedelic drugs and different other things that people talk about. I've done a lot of different things like that, and I've found that being born again and obediently walking with God, everybody else can just deal with how they want to pursue God or not. And if they're going to be angry or hateful towards me, oh well. I mean, look at what they did to Jesus. You know, they ended up crucifying him and hating him and all of that. So I don't take it personal, and that changes things.
That's a big thing. I suppose you don't have to, because you know the truth. So you don't have to be like that because you know the truth.
Well, yeah, and early on in this, what this is, it's coming through in like waves of understanding, and when I've said this quite a few times. I thought I was born again until I actually was. The change in me is so significant that I noticed it. I noticed that I wasn't a slave to a lot of the sin that I was addicted to before. So because of that, that's one of the reasons why I hand out invitations to people. I mean, when I do what I do, and I'm seeing people doing the kinds of things that I used to do, and I remember how unfulfilling it was to me, and they certainly don't appear to be happy. And quite a few of them come up, or quite a few of them that I know personally will come up to me and ask me questions about just my personal testimony. Some of them are very encouraging, and others are just they want nothing to do with me, and I understand that. But like I said, I don't take that personal. See, in this, it's different than selling something. I'm not selling anything. I'm actually wanting to give away I believe the most important information known to mankind, and that being God's word. And in that, when we look at the internet that we're utilizing right now on a Google Hangout, it's leveraging very powerful computers that are strategically located around the world, the habitats that house the technology, the people racing around doing their life and earning the money that they earn to buy their food, shelter, clothing, and the technology that we're utilizing. So I understand that there's cell towers, some call them death towers, and yes, they may be able to activate them in such a way to cause people to freak out or actually cause a heart attack and all that. Oh well, there's nothing that's going to happen to me that, or anybody, that God doesn't directly cause or allow, which is a bit problematic in that when we look at that, there's a lot of atrocities and evil that happens in the world. So that's hard to look at. And I don't.
Is there any way, like, because we've been talking about things, but Robert, was it actually getting your camera when you realised that the world was flat, or was it before and then you got the camera? Do you want to explain a bit about that? Because every day you go to the beach,
well,
basically.
What ended up happening was Nigel Bakes asked me where the curve was on one of the videos that I captured with my iPhone, and then I started looking into this, and at some point. And it wasn't very far into it. It was maybe a few months into it. I wanted to get better technology, and one of the proclamations that I heard was get a P900 and show people the world that we live in. And basically between that and the iPhone, it's amazing how we can show people the world from a different perspective. Like, for example, I thought the moon was round, like a ball, like a sphere, until I got the P900. I had it for a couple of days, and I took a shot of the moon as it was leaving my perspective here in South Carolina. It was so disturbing to me that it was kind of a cryptic post. I showed a bunch of pictures of the moon. You could see it way early on in my photo album, but it was the thumbnail of a whole lot of moon pictures that I took, and it was obviously not a sphere. It's a bit mysterious. When it's a full moon, obviously it looks perfectly round. And that's when a lot of people look at it. Oh, look at the moon. Look at the full moon. People look at the full moon, they see round. But if they're not up at, when I took the moon shot, that it had like a flattish side to it. Not actually flat, but definitely not round. And it was like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I posted that, and I thought, well, that's odd. I had never seen that before. And whether I was paying attention or I don't know why I had the idea that it was the shadow of the Earth causing the apparent difference in how the moon looked. I just never really paid attention to the fact that, oh my gosh, the sun is up and the moon is up, and I'm standing on the Earth, so it can't be the shadow of the Earth causing a change in the way the moon appears. And yet that would be one of the responses that I actually heard from people. I said, what do you believe causes the moon to not look perfectly round? And this very educated lady said, well, it's the shadow of the Earth. I said, well, there's the sun, there's the moon, and we're on the Earth, so it can't be the shadow. And she just didn't know quite what to do with it. So she just kind of said, oh, I'm here on vacation, don't want to talk about that. And that's okay. You know, some people will look into it further, and some will not. But the idea of the zoom lens in photography is a real eye opener. Talk about an eternal perspective, looking further down the path, so to speak. For example, there's a lot of boats around here, shrimp boats and so forth, and then a casino boat that goes, 3 to 5 miles offshore. Well, when that happens, it goes out of our perspective, and it's not like they're going to fall off the edge of a flat Earth. That obviously isn't going to happen, and it's obviously not a ball. And maybe you've seen this, excuse me, about perspective. If you slide a flashlight back and forth on a counter, or move a cell phone back that's attached to a chair and move it back and forth. It changes perspective. And just taking an iPhone with my cellular data plan and doing a Bible broadcast or narrating, showing telephone poles that apparently get shorter further away, but when we get to that distance, they're about the same height as far as we can tell. It's not like they're all getting cut shorter. It's the same height, but it's based on perspective. Or looking down a hallway in a building, it looks like the walls come in, the ceiling comes down, and the floor comes up, and it's all optical perspective. So one of the things that I've done is I take my liked videos and I post from my liked video list, which then allows somebody to see my other liked videos. If they watch one video, and this will work for anybody, if they watch one of the videos that I posted on my profile, it'll show the 170 other videos that I've also liked, which cover from chemtrails to vaccinations and cosmology, or the world that we live in, and theological issues, and all the different kinds of aspects of the world that we live in that are largely not going to be reported on the mainstream media. You know, it's kind of interesting. I have a new friend on Facebook. I don't know if it's the actual Julian Assange or somebody that's just making to look like it's him. But we just got connected earlier today. Whenever I get a new friend, that means somebody decided they had had enough of being connected with me. But I saw a post on Facebook I thought was interesting. The idea was that Facebook is intentionally disconnecting different people. And I don't know if that's actually happening to me. They seemed to verify it by actually contacting the individual that supposedly unfriended them. And they said, no, I didn't unfriend you. I don't know what happened. So that's possibly something that's going on. Not real sure about that. But what I did do that simplified some of my activity is that only a friend can comment now on my public posts. I make all my posts public, and when I share this, it's for other people to consider they may want to do that too, is that only a friend can comment. And I'm used to, my friends get used to either tolerating me not buying the official narrative, or they just can't help themselves. They're going to have to try and save the world from me telling them about the lies of the brainwashing that's going on. And if they continue to do that, I typically will just connect with them privately, and I'll say, if you keep on doing that, I'm going to have to unfriend you or block you. Well, ever since I reduced the commenting to friends, now I can simply unfriend somebody. And if they want to...
You say that nicely, don't you, Robert? Robert's a real softie and a real sweet. Me and Robert talk to each other quite a lot anyway on the phone, don't we, Robert?
Yeah. Well, thanks, Karen. You know what? I pretty much enjoy my life, and part of that has to do with well, I just am so grateful, and I understand the irony and paradox of deception is that deceived individuals don't know they're deceived. And I believe that pride is a catalyst for deception. It actually is fertile soil for deception to grow. If somebody thinks themselves very well informed and that they couldn't be fooled because they're so smart, look out. they may be in for a wild ride of being deceived. And typically, you know, in our world system, if somebody has a lot of digits in their bank account, it's not actually money. It's all digital, mostly digital anyway. But if they've found a way to extract money from the world's economy so that they have a lot of choices, quite often people look at them as somebody to respect or to aspire to want to be like. And I kind of put it into the category of what Jesus said: what would it profit a man if he gained the whole world and lose his soul? You know, so I'm not enamored and impressed by people that have a lot of money or a lot of ability to purchase material things.
Yeah, you realise the riches are something different, aren't they? What real riches mean.
Well, yeah, and it's ironic. Early in my, I was about 19 years old when I met a friend that his name was Ralph, and he was worth over $90 million. He made a lot of money in the oil business, and he said, "You know, Bob, the rich people know something that the poor people don't, and that is that money can't buy happiness. But he said it can sure make misery more enjoyable." You know. So,
I'll just say that Martin Leakey in the chat room says, "Know yourself first."
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's yeah. That's good to know. Well,
that's why people can't, like, I don't think they can grasp loads of things, because a lot of people don't know who they are or what they are. I mean, we've asked those questions ourselves about who are we, what are we, where are we in the flat earth thing, but unless you know yourself, how are you ever going to find anything if you don't know who you are as a person?
Well, and then like for me, a lot of my my primary identity is found in Christ. That's basically, as best I can tell, what you're looking at and listening to is Jesus living in and through me. I'm so different than I was. That's the only explanation I have for it. I believe it's biblical. That's what the Bible says will happen. What does that look like? Well, in the private life that I have is much like the life that I talk about. You know, there's not the private and public me the way that there used to be.
No, that's because
all
you're
the
public
dark secrets.
most of the time, isn't it, Robert? Because you're out filming.
Yeah, I'm out there, way out there. But that's part of it too, is to be in public and be accessible where people can talk to, and the dynamic of people coming up to me instead of me trying to chase them down, that's really a lot different. So that's
Did you have many people come to you when you wrote Your Sons and ask you what you were doing? Because obviously you were filming.
oh yeah.
Maybe people aren't, you know, maybe on the beach they're used to you filming, but people did come up and chat to you and ask you what you were doing.
Well, that happened too. It happened where in the different locations that I was. Now, one of the dynamics too is there's quite fewer individuals in those areas. Like when I go out to the beach this morning, it was raining, and yet there were maybe 100 people out on the beach. That's
Whoa, really? What, Myrtle Beach? Whoa.
yeah.
Because it's the summer, isn't it?
What's that?
It's the summer, isn't it? So there would be people out.
Oh yeah. The water is close to 85 degrees. It's beautiful. Even, you know, when you think about it, quite often, you know, I would be used to, oh, it's raining, I got to get in. Well, if my technology is taken care of, I mean, I take a shower, so getting rained on is no big deal. The water is warm. It was beautiful. There was a rainbow. The people were out jogging and enjoying it. It's a hardier sort of people. They're more determined to do what they're going to do. The joggers, the dog walkers.
Sorry, Martin again in the chat room. He says it sounds really nice. Can we all visit?
Well, yeah, you're welcome to. We get people that visit from all over the world here, and one of the things that I get to do is, like, for example, the post that or the broadcast that I did today, you can have a look at it. You can see what it looks like from where you are. It's not the same. It's about as close. Well, it's the best I can do. I can hand you all an invitation and say, come on over. And until
meet you at Myrtle Beach.
yeah, and until you can look at it for yourself, either on my posts, and once again I'll mention the Prince Resort in Cherry Grove, South Carolina, has a camera, a high definition camera on the end of the pier that somebody can operate from their remote location through the internet. And depending on what time of the day it is, when it's sunrise, a lot of people are going to be looking at the sun appearing or sunset, and you can take a look at it. You can see for yourself. It's a south-facing beach, and the pier faces directly south, just so you can have your orientation. You know what direction it is. And from that point you can keep track of where the sun appears and vanishes. It's radical, the change.
When you got back to the beach, Robert, did things change drastically? Because you've been away for 6 weeks. Had everything changed for you? You got back and, you know, every day you're watching that slight change of the light moving or where the sun's coming up. Had it changed drastically in those 6 weeks?
Well, where the sun was vanishing from this vantage point changed quite a bit, and it had been pretty similar where it appeared for this time of the year. So that was pretty much the same. The dunes have grown quite a bit. It's a combination of the marsh debris that collects on the sand from high tides, and then the wind that blows the sand, and then it drafts around the debris and creates a mixture of the marsh grass, the sand, the nourishment from jellyfish and birds and feathers, and then it just grows more marsh grass and all these sand spurs that end up catching on animals and people's shoes. They get tracked around, and then they grow more marsh grass. So yeah, it's a bit different. It's later in the season, so the water's a lot warmer, a lot more people are here. It's the time of the year where we get a lot of the guests that have children, so that's a lot different. In the winter months, we get a lot of the Canadians and European those that travel from Europe and that. There are some resorts that have a world exchange type of program, like Wyndham Resorts, and people will timeshare from various places around the world. So this is the time of the year for more family vacationers with children, and the winter months more singles and couples, empty nesters.
Asking you, Robert, are you going to the conference in November in America?
I will. I look forward to that. And I do plan on broadcasting some live from there. That should be pretty exciting. It's in Durham, North Carolina, and look forward to meeting some of my friends that I've connected with on Facebook.
Yes, Dave Marsh is going from the UK. Dave Marsh is going.
Excellent. Wow, glad to hear that. Is Dave going to be one of the recognized speakers at this time, or
No, I don't
just
think he's
attendee?
speaking, but he wanted to go to the conference, so he is. But he's a speaker in the UK convention next year in April in Birmingham. He's going to speak
Excellent.
there.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the work that he did
And
on the.
Martin, who's in the chat room, is going to as well. He's helping out at the conference as well, speaking, aren't you, Martin? Martin Leakey, who's in the chat room, he's going to be there.
Oh,
at
excellent.
our one.
Glad to hear that. Yeah, I really like the work that Dave did on the moon race in Moon Race 2. Dave did a great job of videoing the moon. That's not as easy as he made it look there with that.
No, he spent a lot of time doing that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You've been quite interested in the stuff we've been putting out about the eclipse as well, haven't you?
Well, I have, and just because of not trusting the official narrative, I'm really curious of what shows up in front of the sun, and that's kind of interest to me.
Are you gonna try some filter shots and stuff, Robert? Like with some relatively high end photographic equipment to see if you can actually block out enough to see what the object might be, if it is the moon, etc. Whatever.
Well, what I have is a precision ground polarized lens for the camera. The challenge that I've had whenever I've tried using that lens is it impairs the focus to where I can't really capture as vivid of a picture. Now, based on my experience and what I've seen, when something goes in front of the sun, whether it's a thick band of clouds, I'm actually able to capture quite a bit directly without any filter on it. So I'm probably going to be operating without a filter on that. Whatever object goes in front of that sun, and it's very likely the moon. I don't have a problem with believing that. I just want to see it. I want to see what it is. Now, is it supposed to be at that time a full moon? Is that what it's supposed to be from our vantage point here?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it's a new moon, right? It's a new moon, so technically it's would be a black full moon essentially, because they do have to be lined up on the 90 degrees for that shadow to be effective for.
Yeah, well, I've just put a link in the chat as well for Mr. Thrive and Survive's video. He basically, if it is the moon causing this eclipse, he's basically saying the moon can't be any more than 70 miles across, because the shadow it's going to be causing is 70 miles. So, and you can't make a shadow smaller than the object, apparently, according to his logic. So you can only make a shadow bigger than the object. So, according to the way they say light works, anyway. But, yeah, so I'll put a link in the chat anyway for that one.
Chris, we were sort of hoping that someone else was going to come on, but they haven't come on yet. I wondered if you could talk a little bit about this eclipse. Obviously, you've been doing masses of work on it, which I think everybody in the chat room might know about. But
yeah, myself, Steve Torrance, Mike Helmick, and a few others, Z-Proxy, we've all taken runs at actually modeling it to scale using the numbers that are provided by the mainstream, and it has some interesting results. The moon at that distance need only move approximately 2 degrees to cause the shadow to move that great of a distance, which is kind of counter to when you look at it over time. That part's a little bit counter to the fact that the moon actually would, in theory, move 13 degrees per day approximately, because it's just 360 degrees on the elliptical orbit divided by 27.3 days is roughly 13 degrees. So the moon only really needs to shift 2 degrees to cause a shadow, if it can indeed cause a shadow. That's where we're finding the model breaks down the most, is at that distance. And with the moon to scale and the sun to scale at 92 million miles away, the moon, at least in any of the software I have and anybody else, it's impossible to get a proper shadow to be cast, like an actual penumbra, because the way they showed it in the models, the shadow is actually focusing to a point, right?
Mike's come on.
Right.
Just at the right time. Hello, Mike.
Hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can. I'll just tell you who's on the Hangout right now. Obviously, you just heard Chris talking. Chris is from Canada. You've got Dee from the UK. You've got Ceres from Holland, and he's my group partner.
I know Ceres.
Trisha, UK. And we've got Robert Foertsch from the USA.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I've blessed opportunity to talk to Robert on the phone not too long ago. Hi, Robert.
Yeah, so in my model and others, and I'm sure Mike can speak to his and his results, but in my model, the results are similar to others in that a penumbra type shadow effect is essentially, I can't get it to work in any way I try it. And it ends up being like it tries to diffuse the shadow, like the comment in the section there. It's hard to get a shadow to be smaller than the object itself, especially when the lines of light are supposed to be straight and coming from an object that's spherical. And yeah, just the shadow is the key, right? And as far as the
one of the things that I've heard, and maybe somebody can elaborate on this if you're aware of the history of it. From what I understand, for thousands of years, there have been people on this earth that have been able to project the occurrence of an eclipse. Is that true?
To predict it in advance, you mean?
Yeah, for thousands of years, way before NASA, obviously, but like back in the with the time frame I'm thinking of would be the pyramids and the the heliocentric, the sun worshippers, and in that of yesteryear, of thousands of years ago. Weren't they able to predict the eclipses? Some of them, anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't looked into the historical aspects of. Maybe Mike has. What do you any information on that, Mike? Or
The ability to predict eclipses.
Yeah, how long ago were they accurately able to predict an eclipse? From my understanding, it was hundreds, actually thousands of years ago that eclipses were accurately predicted.
Right. They could predict signs of the times in the sky. The whole system above us is to tell time. And so if you make long enough observations, it's like a big clock up there. Interesting enough, NASA, talking with Arthur Sage and Paul on the plane, now they've been studying GDAL, NASA, the Himari, and the Epic Discoverer and Himari 8 Japan. They have weather predicted over a year out and beyond accurately. And so it's all on their supercomputers. They got a room full of these guys, and you really you'd have to check Paul on the Plains channel to understand exactly what they're saying and what NASA is able to predict. But NASA has the weather pattern predicted almost a year out in advance. And Arthur Sage was talking to me about that, and I said, well, the only way you could do that is that these circuits and winds coming through Earth are the same and travel the same and run their paths all the time. And NASA's found a way to predict what they're going to do. And I found that very interesting that NASA had all this weather data already mapped out in a year in advance through their supercomputers. And that means that we are living in a system that is more ordered than what people realize.
Yeah, definitely electromagnetic system. Yeah.
They already know it.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the data from them. I use their own data, and the only thing I get out of the data is how they fool us, how they trick us into anything else but the actual data. the whole dimensional part of that, the construct of it, the squares, the triple squares. It's just not, it doesn't fit on a ball. You have to destroy reality, and you can see it when you actually zoom into the actual models, into the detail of your own location, and see how actually how the photograph itself is actually no longer your own reality. And when you actually make it your reality, you end up with the square data. So yeah, the land part is definitely flat, square, and kind of fourth dimensional looping. How that for the sky works is a very personal perspective, I figure. And so far you have even that you can see on how the light of the world works. In the most summer part, for example, in the north, people see the sun almost at the equator, but also on the other side of the pole in the north. And when you actually draw an actual 90-degree arrow on the whole light field itself, you see that you have actually from every position a completely unique perspective on how that actually projects in your particular position on the map. Yeah, and I can only work from reality. As soon as I have to destroy reality itself, I can't go further. So in finding the data itself and looking at the detailed photographs, I figured just that the photograph is the actual dimension. I mean, how else are you going to measure a two-dimensional plane over two axes when you don't have an actual, how do you call that? Actual right proportion on the X and the Y axis. You can't calculate any distances. And what they do with calculating distances is just translating the GPS coordinates into the XY coordinates or the UTM square format, and translate, figure out the distance in that unit, and then translate that in the kilometers or the miles for that particular unit. And that I only can do based on the equator size. So far, I need to figure out in the whole world actually by recording on the actual GPS coordinates what the actual distance is between several places in north, south, east, west, to actually confirm the calculation itself. What is just a very simple one. They all know this. It's just they just don't tell us.
Yeah, I definitely see it as a very predictable cyclical cycle of electrodynamics and magnetics, and which, you know, obviously causes predictable heat patterns and flow patterns and dielectrics in the waters, then the oceans, and it's based on the electromagnetism as far as I can tell. Yeah, and it's all on the flat plane, right? Going, so it's more the magnetic fields and such that are moving than anything else, right? And they're the cause. So very interesting.
Now, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, Robert.
Okay, thanks. One of the questions that I had for the group here is, I know that there's been quite a bit of talk about weather modification and ionospheric heaters and so forth. Is that from this group's perspective a belief that is actual, that they can actually affect weather changes and create patterns and steer storms, or is that just kind of made up stuff too? I don't know.
Well, I have my opinion on that. I don't know what this group believes, Robert. That belongs more with the Katy Perry clones and Finding the Illuminati and the Bud Light commercials. Our weather system is outside of where we're at, as far as I can tell. Even NASA's own magnetics, and I shared a picture from NASA with Chris, even NASA places the magnetic field outside of Earth. It's not something that's physically located on either pole.
Yeah.
And so everything is from the outside in. Now we can see clouds, and NASA does have rainmakers, but you're going to see a whole bunch of steam being rocketed into the air for that to occur. So maybe somebody has a different opinion, but that's my opinion. I don't think we can change Earth like we see a lot of YouTube videos claim.
Yeah, there's a fine line there. I think from the research I've done on it, I mean, I know that, you know, Bill Gates Foundation and so forth, they are investigating weather modification and carbon capture projects, and they did buy the patents from the University of Calgary. And so there's some factual. I know Harvard University is just recently starting with the spraying to study the sun and reflectivity of the sun and trying to block out the sun to, you know, combat global warming. So, but cloud seeding, the rainmakers, I know there are the contracts, and I've seen some of them in person for the actual spraying of, but that's a different chemical altogether. It's basically just salt particulates that condenses to make water fall through the what they would classify as chemtrail spraying. And I do know that in basic jet fuel, right? In jet fuel, the inhibitors and all the lubricants that go through jet engines are aluminums. There are aluminum oxides. This helps lubricate the engines and the fuel, and cleaners that just makes the fuel burn more efficient and stops, you know, oxidation within the wings to prevent erosion of aluminum tanks, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, the whole plane is aluminum, right? So you're going to see aluminum, titanium, barium, and all that coming through and out the exhaust anyway. So it's a bit of, it's hard to put your finger on that one, but so whether there's a big intentional spray program or not, I'm not sure.
Right. We get more aluminum in our bodies, like if we live around a major city, than what chemtrails can ever give to us. And then barium, those chemicals are in abundance down here on Earth with us anyways.
Yeah, you would see a rise. You would see a rise locally if you're near an airport. I mean, you would see a spike. You know, it wouldn't be massive, but of course, you know, planes, when they dump fuel, you know, during emergency landings, I mean, if you're anywhere near an airport, you're going to be coated in that stuff anyway. They'll
well,
dump.
one of the things that I've seen myself is atmospheric dispersal from planes that exceeds anything of a contrail I remember as a child, and then the crisscross patterns that I've seen on different videos that people have captured, where it shows obviously it's not a traffic pattern of people traveling, it's a doggone grid pattern of some kind of atmospheric dispersal and modification. So I don't know if it's what it does necessarily to affect the weather. However, it sure does seem that people are a lot sicker and respiratory issues and all of that. So I don't know how, you know, some of the people that have been viewed as watchmen on the wall, they self-proclaimed watchmen on the wall, some of them are coming out with this stuff, but they're also talking about Planet X and other things that I believe are not actual. And so it's very challenging to determine what's real and what's not real.
That's the problem I found with it too. I mean, there's enough substantive evidence to say that it's plausible, but then they go overboard with it, and then down the other path of, you know, stuff that just doesn't make any sense, and then that just becomes a disinformation web of, you know, who knows, right? You can't. Plausible deniability is the way I would determine that. But it's strange.
Well, they're not going to spray the population with chemicals that are going to hurt people. They'd have to spray their own people.
But they don't care about us, do they, Mike?
They care about their own people. As I said, we get enough electromagnetic fields and aluminum and all kinds of stuff in our bodies without their help. Texas and other states are now passing anti-chemtrail laws. Apparently somebody somewhere has decided that they don't want the chemtrails above them, and so you can go to Texas and not see any chemtrails. And I'm not sure if they can change the fuel on that, because aluminum is used as lubricants. But when somebody is saying we're in danger of chemtrails, and then like I said, I see the Katy Perry clone and the Lizardmen videos right after that, I kind of loses credibility with me. Now, do we do nefarious things? Yes. Have we run nefarious experiments? Yes. But the idea that they're trying to poison the population, I'm not sold on that.
Can I just jump in and say the opinions of the panel members are those of the individual? Okay, just as a disclaimer.
Yep. Yeah, it's interesting. I know in Canada they did start. I don't know who started it, but there was a case, a court case that was started, civil action against the government to do the same thing to prevent chemtrail spraying over top of populated areas and so forth. So I mean, that's an interesting aspect of it. I mean, if it wasn't happening, then we wouldn't need to be having civil suits and/or laws being passed in various provinces and states and so forth. So it's, but I can't determine what the scale of the actual spraying is, but a bit of both.
Well, that's one of my directions that I've gone with what I do, is wanting to show people a world from a bit of a different perspective. I've mentioned this, they're out at the beach, there will be people holding hands of their child. Some are holding the hands of a bucket picking up seashells. Some are holding the hand of their spouse. Others are holding a dog leash. There was a spouse, and now that spouse is gone, whether divorced or died. The stages of life, and a lot of these things are hard to actually be able to determine the veracity, the accuracy of it, and yet with nearly 8 billion people, in the world, roughly 3 people per second no longer have their biological interface with this dimension that we call life in the world that we live in. It's a bit of a freak show at times. Even depending on looking at your news feed and what people pick out and post on their Facebook about how absurd some things are, and yet when I go out to the ocean and I see the people and the birds and just the people enjoying the beauty and majesty of a world that I believe God created. So that's why I share that and His Word. Now I do understand that I've been very vocal about my belief in God and the need to be born again, and that the Bible is true. And I understand that some would say that's the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus for adults. Your cosmic sky guy. Well, you know what? I used to be an atheist. That worked for me. It stopped working. So that's where I'm at with that. And I appreciate the disclaimer that everybody's got an opinion, and we all have beliefs, and at some point we determine, okay, I'm not going to accept anything that contradicts this currently held belief. They would call that cognitive dissonance. When
Sun and Moon itself, which you're a part of, is hopefully people see that we're a community where we have different views. Everybody can have a talk.
Yeah.
Even if we have what we believe to be correct as a model, but we're here to be a community and bring everybody together. Everybody's got a voice then. That's what we feel, but we can't be responsible for how everybody feels.
Yeah, the
Well, I
cloud
agree with
seeding.
Robert. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, just to go back to the cloud seeding thing. I mean, like I said, it's a bit of a. There's more than one type of program too, and lots of chemicals it could be. I was just reading a recent article, February 16th, 2017. This is from the Hindu, which is a national newspaper in India. Clouds over Maharashtra will be silver iodide lining. So the state government is seeding the clouds with silver iodide. Right, so that's in India, and it's in the air. I mean, it's going to be flying around. This is
Can't
experiments
be good for us though, can it? All that in the air though.
So it depends on the ingredients, I guess. But, and this is one from Harvard. I mean, Harvard has their geoengineering program that they're now going public with. Right? It's under the, as far as you can sign up and become a geoengineer. Right? So it's obviously, it's like I said, there's a fine line between 100% truth, a half truth, and then, you know, propaganda, right? And cover-ups. I mean, that conspiracy line is a very fine line.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I was watching videos the other day how bananas are deadly for you. Then at the next video, I watch how good they are for you, and I just think people like to make sensational stories out of it. There.
Oh, series.
No.
Series has got a lot running, and so it makes it a bit of feedback. You're going to say something, Siri?
Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. It's a fine line, like I said. Yeah, I agree with you guys. It's you got to try to have discernment and find what makes logical sense and find that fine line, you know, between, you know, actual science and fear porn, right? For media propagation and selling advertisements, right? There's a fine line. Yeah.
Right, and those YouTube videos selling fear, they get the subs because that's what people want to hear. They want to hear about Planet Boo Boo crashing into the Earth or whatever that planet is. They want to hear about clones, and they want to hear about lizard people, and they want to hear about CERN opening portals to hell. Which technology.
The zombie apocalypse was $1 billion industry. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly, and so
They don't have to actually make a video about it. Half the world is a flipping zombie at the moment. It's the living dead out there.
I'm not sure what it's like in the UK. I've been down to the States a few times visiting, and in Canada, I mean, it is an industry. I mean, the zombie apocalypse in the West, anyway, is a thriving industry where you can, you know, buy truck parts, you know, and everything else, and, you know, attack units and this and that, and sprays specifically for, you know, and they have weekend outings and everything. It's a pretty big industry, this zombie apocalypse thing. Yeah, because they make video games based on that, and it's a whole self-serving industry. Right? Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. Like the space.
Do you see much of that in the UK?
Like the space is a big industry, isn't it? Which is another lie.
Yeah.
So did Chris talk about what he found out about his eclipse renders?
We were waiting for you, Mike.
Oh, okay.
We just about started and came on just at the right time.
Right.
Yeah, I just briefly got into it just before you come on. I maybe talked for maybe just a couple of minutes to say that, you know, what my model was confirming, what you have found, and others are finding, that the dissipation of the shadow and diffusion to create a penumbra doesn't work in anything that we can find. And maybe you could elaborate. I did mention some of the numbers as far as the 2% deviation and stuff.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
Right. Well, you know, I did speak with you, Chris. Chris did his own independent study. He rendered the atmospherics a little differently than I did. We had no prior conversation concerning both our projects, so none of the information was cross-contaminated or tainted. He took a similar approach, but not the same approach I did. And after studying NASA's and Japan's Himawari 8 renders of the supposed eclipse, I've come to the conclusion, as well as I contacted Dr. Zach, because I know he worked in this area, and he said the same thing. the sun at 93 million miles away cannot leave a shadow on Earth. And that is a pretty solid conclusion based on the perspective size of the sun and the amount of what they call our photons are able to come across in a groupings enough to define a shadow here on Earth.
Yeah, and that's what I found in mine too. You know, the only way to you have to force the shadow. If you're going to try and make it work, you have to force it by changing the focal point, like the curvature of the light coming from the sun object, or change it to an atmospherical lighting source, and or bring the moon closer to the Earth. And just you can't stick to their parameters and make it work. So we both came to the same conclusion. So.
All you get is a diffused light. You can't produce a shadow from the sun with their numbers. Knows about this, and so 6 days ago, and I put the link up into the group chat here, NASA comes out and tells us the sun's a lot bigger than what they suspected. This eclipse will help them find out just exactly how big.
trying to little CYA action going on there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and so some people, not us, but some people obviously have done the same thing Chris and I have done, and as NASA concerned, so now we have a bigger sun, NASA believes. And a bigger sun, of course, would have a wider surface area to leave photons.
Right. Yeah, that sounds like a quick cover-up, yeah. Uh-oh.
It's important, isn't it, that you've got to constantly disclaim or work out anything they're showing you on the other stuff, like on the eclipse, is all incorrect, which you've done. So thank you very much for that. How many hours have you spent doing it then, Mike? Because I know that Chris has been spending a long time.
About 4 weeks every day.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't get, I can get the shadow, I can get the small little dot shadow NASA and Japan has gotten. I can get that, but it's not a complete shadow. It's a software interpretation of what a shadow should be. It's not a natural shadow that would be expected from a point light in Blender, and they get the same results: a pixelated, ugly, small black shadow. And so when I modeled the sun to scale and put tons of polys on it to get the surface area, and I put an emission shader on it to make it a natural sunlight, I get no shadow at all, no matter what I do with the thing. And so that immediately tells me that the reason why we get this small dot pixelated shadow is because that is a software render shadow that's more forced, and the software's interpretation of where the shadow should be, but the shadow looks completely ugly and messed up simply because the software can't really make a real shadow because the light's not there. And Dr. Zach, through another program, found the same things we did.
Yeah, and I think Steve Torrance has also found it in his model. He's using 4D Cinema, so that gives us two guys at least using Blender that can't do it.
C-Proxy as well.
One guy using 4D Cinema, and I'm not sure the exact software that Z-Proxy is using. He's using a virtual reality type of
Stan Smith. He's been doing stuff with Stan Smith as well, hasn't he? And they say, they've got a video out saying it doesn't work.
Well, I had words with Steve Torrance. His video he just put up, he faked the sun, and I asked him about that because a lot of flat earthers are claiming, well, the shadow of the sun should be bigger, and that's what he's showing them because he didn't make a realistic model. And I asked him about that, and then I was kind of rude to him, probably shouldn't have been. David Weiss called me dit raw and asked me not to be rude to him, so I went back and apologized. But and Dr. Zach did try to speak with Steve Torrance before he put the video up that the video was incorrect. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, like I said, I had
wanted to say, does he agree that it goes west? C-Proxy, so does he agree it must go west? That's to you, I think, Mike.
The heliocentric version with what flat earthers are claiming wrong actually does work. Okay, and I have made an animation of this. If I could share screen somehow with people, I got it running.
It's just we have to prove back to them that none of their stuff works. So carry on, Mike. We have to keep the proof that it doesn't work.
In a way, it wasn't a circle either.
Okay, what a lot of people are doing is trying to figure out how an Earth can be spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the center while the moon is slowly trucking along, taking 27 days to make one orbit of the Earth and still leaving a west to east shadow. And even when I talked to David Weiss, that's DITRA, you know, he sat there and had all the math worked out and had all the square inverse numbers worked out. And he says, Mike, it can't work. But when I showed him and explained to him how they claim it works, and that he fully understood that it does in fact work, we have to understand there's a 2-degree space the moon has to pass in front of, which is what I modeled, that it has to leave a shadow that's about 3,000 miles either side, dead center of Earth. In that 2-degree space, the centripetal and tangential velocity of the moon is fast enough as it crosses that little tiny space by the angle of light to create a shadow running from west to east. And if I can share screens, can I share screens?
Yep, you can do that. I don't know how it works for you.
Let me try to.
There must be a little button thing somewhere. Is it on the left to you or on the right? I'm not sure. Left for me.
Yeah, and a question for Mike there too, while you're bringing up the screen share there. Just to confirm what I was thinking too, during that 2-degree pass, would that not kind of conflict with the time of elapsed time the eclipse is supposed to last, since it's in theory supposed to last 6 or 8 hours, right? Wouldn't the, like, I'm not seeing how that was working out mathematically. I'm just curious what your thoughts were on that.
Well, it's not, the thing is, it's not really, let me see, let me try to get my screen up. Can anybody see my screen here?
We can see it. We can see it.
Okay, here's how it works. If you see this little ball here, that represents the moon, right? The sun, when we look up in the sky at an eclipse, the sun's a little dot in the sky, the moon's a little dot. Okay, and so when that moon passes in front of that little dot, the angle of light, as you can see represented by these 2 green toruses, as the moon passes in front of this small part of light, the shadow is broadcasted at a wide angle and moves by between these 2 toruses very quickly. That's just what they're claiming, because this moon just has to pass in front of this little dot of light here, and so it's kind of like taking a stick and swinging a big stick all the way across here. Even though your motion here is small, the swing of the stick would be wide. And I have my other video here, and so let me and as you can see here, the moon, my moon is just moving very, very slow, not as fast as the rotational speed of the Earth, but it's still able to leave a west-east shadow simply because of the angle of light. And all it is, that's all it is. And it just so happens what they claim works, and this is how they show it. There's not any complex math associated with this. It's just the moon passing in front of that little small area of light, and so the shadow is going to swing quickly at 238,000 miles across the face of the Earth. That's what they're saying.
That's a big shadow.
Well, this is not the scale. It took me 6 hours to render this on my notebook. I did what I could. NASA has changed the size of their shadow. Now, I have Wolfie in one of my videos. I don't know if you all know Wolfie, claiming one of NASA's video is 100% correct. And he showed it to me in Safari, so I ran his video with my video. He helped me out. And now NASA has another video. The UK Mail is putting out of a small square shadow. And so what they claim the shadow will look like is kind of in question.
See, Proxy had another question. Is there a 360-degree render for concave eclipse yet?
I couldn't, not for me.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, so what you have to do is, yeah, sorry, it's on me now. I said make sure it's back on. Oh, you finished presenting now, Mike?
Yeah, I clicked off the stop share screen.
I find this all, you know, it's very interesting, and I can just imagine, I can see where it appears, because you can see how NASA's kind of backtracking and reissuing new videos and animations and such. And I think they're sensing the pressure, because there's not just me and Mike out there. There's a lot of people out there that are really putting a lot of pressure, right? There's a lot of animators out there and stuff that are like, hey boys, what are you trying to pull off here, right? Right. You know, I have one model where I can change, you just change the anisotropic properties of the atmosphere, which is only, you know, roughly 10 miles thick, and you just change the anisotropic properties just a touch, and the shadow will appear just based on the angle of light out of nowhere without a moon object at all, right? It's which is part of the rendering issues as well. So, and that like I said, it that shows you that what Mike is saying, the shadow is more a glitch in what they're using for software to animate these things for the news media than it is anything else, right? It's very strange. Yeah.
So is NASA the primary organization disseminating the solar eclipse information, and then people are making adaptations based on that? Or is there another source for this eclipse information that's, I guess I'm kind of confused on where we're getting this from. Is it primarily NASA?
As far as I know, each agency, I think, has some of their own, right? Like the Japanese and USA, and that's part of, and date and time, they have their own animations and stuff. And it doesn't seem to be, you can actually see differences between them amongst the three, you know, the main primaries.
Well, what I was wondering on the like date and time, are they getting their info from NASA? That's kind of my question. Is NASA the primary source for this data?
The military. Everything's be the military.
Yeah, what Karen said, she's right. When we're talking about NASA, we're talking about Russia, Japan, China, you know, Europe. That's NASA.
Right.
There's no, they're not a separate entity. In fact, Japan, Russia, and NASA all share the same FTP servers to make their satellite images of Earth. All the same textures, all the same models, and that was given to us personally by Mr. It has to be Rob Simmons. He gave us their servers and FTP things. These people, a lot of them will be honest with you if you just call them. ESA sent Archer Sage and openly admit we don't have any space backgrounds. They put the black background in there, and it's on their website. I mean, they tell you blatantly how they do these things. And so I'm not sure where Time and Date is getting their interpretation of the shadow. NASA showed a different shadow. So with NASA, you might see 2 or 3 versions from them that they don't match each other. And one's an angular shadow. The last animation I saw is a top-down dot shadow, which fans out. And so I just think that, you know, if we're looking for consistency, we're probably not going to find it.
Yeah, and so like one of the questions I had earlier, before we had the NASA program, from what I remember, there was eclipses projected many hundreds, maybe thousands of years ago. Am I imagining that from like a textbook where they fabricated it, or was it actual that they were able to accurately project an eclipse? As far as you all know.
See, I haven't really researched that. I probably Alexandria and that school, they probably could project several things because our system is predictable time-wise. And so I would say the possibility is there.
Yeah, and I just I didn't know if this is something that is in my mind from, you know, like a cartoon where they, you know, where there were pyramids and they projected an eclipse, or if I'm just heck, I don't know. It's hard to know with the intermingling of entertainment slash news programming. It's all kind of intermixed, intertwined, and that's, I think, where people kind of get confused with their what the reality actually is. You know, I saw a ridiculous interview with Elon Musk. They're wanting to inhabit Mars, and I was at the you know, put 1 million people to Mars, and I saw helicopters with blades on them in NASA's programming, supposedly being able to operate a helicopter on Mars. And this stuff is all science fiction, and so I don't know what's going to happen on the 21st. I'm just going to have my camera ready and see what I can capture and what other people share. I mean, it should be probably, well, when is the last time they said an eclipse like this supposedly occurred?
A total solar eclipse?
Yeah.
You'd have to Google that. I know NASA claims that even as far back as 1375 BC, they could accurately predict eclipses. That's NASA's claim, and they have a whole history on all these races that could accurately predict eclipses. I don't know. I don't know. The eclipse is not going to be a big deal. It's going to be just like any ordinary eclipse, and definitely I would like to get some P900s on it so we can examine and maybe find out what's really going on.
Yeah, and that's essentially what I'll.
Robert, we seem to have lost Chris for a moment there, but he'll be back in a moment. Yeah, I think he's asking you, Robert, to take some.
Well, oh yeah, well, I'll definitely be. I'll have a lot of batteries charged up, and I'll be recording what I can and broadcasting if I'm able. And that's where, Mike, I don't know if you heard me mention, but like when I was at Life Fest in Wisconsin, the cellular networks were overwhelmed in that area. I couldn't go live. So I don't know if I'm going to be trying to broadcast from my home residence, which is, you know, about 5 miles from the ocean, which would give me access to my high-speed wireless router, which might give me a better option. But the part of the irony is when, from what I understand, when the data stream is overwhelmed in an area, whether it's cellular or internet, it's kind of like overwhelmed. The whole thing gets is a challenge. So if I were to go to Charleston, where I was told it would be very interesting and possibly one of the most optimal to see this, that's going to very likely be an overwhelmed data stream prohibiting live broadcast. And what I what I found out too, I tried making a hood with Velcro and shielding, rubber shielding, and that to create a hood between my iPhone and my P900 so I could basically broadcast live using that as my lens to magnify. Well, it was too complicated to accurately do it. However, in the setting of a sunrise, I'm pretty likely able to show a pretty good shot right without any hooding, because the backlighting isn't there at that time of the day. So it's easy for me to do. And I think that would be similar during an eclipse, because it's going to create supposedly quite a blockage of light. I mean, when some thick clouds go in front of the sun, I can look directly at it. I can shoot directly at it. In fact, it'll even block out the sun entirely. Well, if the moon goes in front of it, if that's what really goes in front of it, then you know, it should create quite a bit of a filter, more than a filter. You know, it'll filter out the main light, and we'll just have light shooting out from the sides. But Mike, have you heard of any other objects that people are talking about might be going in front of the sun other than the moon?
Yeah, this comes back from what they observed in the old Zedic astronomy days, black discs. And we actually have recent photos of these, and they're on YouTube now, and I have some on my channel, even space.com. I had a picture of one of these black discs, and I grabbed that photo from them too before they took it down. Are they black discs? Are they just something with the camera lens where they drop a water on a window? What exactly they are, they were observed way back in the late 18 and early 1900s. I don't know. And that's sort of on my to-do project list once I get some more photographs and data.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I'll be doing to the best of my ability is capturing what I can and putting it out to the different groups that to this group and others that would likely be interested, and we'll see what that is. But as far as you know, I just don't trust NASA. Some simple observations with the camera. Okay, I can zoom in 83 times, and I would need approximately 7 to 10 screens on my camera to have the whole moon or the sun complete. And when I zoom in on a pelican that's 5 miles away, I can fill the entire screen with that pelican, magnified roughly 83 times. Now, the distances are a little bit, I don't know how that works. Magnifying a lighted object versus, let's say, a boat or a pelican, how does that actually work? I know that when some of the artificial light, like an LED for the flounder fishermen, it gets really weird when I zoom in on it. And so do some of the high intensity lights on a shrimp boat. When I zoom in on that, it gets really weird. I can't focus on it. It actually looks similar to what we're told are stars or planets. And so there's quite a bit of mystery with all this for me, and it's more of a curiosity. The main thing that I found out is I can't trust them. That's pretty much what I've established in my own mind, and obviously we're in relationship with a lot of people that pretty much don't trust the official narrative of a lot of what we're told, whether it's the public schools, the mainstream media, and all of that. It's not reliable, and there's a lot of truth in the quote unquote entertainment or science fiction. They're actually showing things that some of it's real, some of it's not. Good luck with figuring that out. So that's why I enjoy going to the beach and taking pictures of people and pets and pelicans.
Yes, Robert, which you do very regularly. We jump into that.
Thank you.
Just want to ask Mike one more thing, Mike, because there's some more people that have joined the chat room now. Can you just explain what you've done again, Mike?
Concerning proving the heliocentric model is reasonable and can work in whatever you consider a reasonable way, or what I found out about the sun.
Yeah. But it doesn't work because you can't cast a shadow from that far away.
Well, from what the YouTube debunks, and I won't mention channel names because I've talked to them and asked them to take it down, but they haven't. The heliocentric model version of the eclipse can and does reasonably work. Now, by the claims, YouTubers are saying it can't, like having to spin the Earth the wrong way, or that it's impossible for a Earth spinning fast and the moon going around the Earth slow, taking 27 days. It can't leave that west-east shadow. And in fact, I just showed on here it can and it does, and that's what they're explaining. Now, is it possible? Is it totally possible if we look at things YouTubers are not claiming and have not looked into? And those are the things Chris and I have modeled, both of us, our own separate modeling projects. And looking at NASA's eclipse from their Epic Discover and Japan's eclipse from the Himari 8, and knowing how they obtained their models and what they used and the Fresnel lighting and their gloss shaders and everything that they did, I have come to the conclusion with Chris, both of us working independently, mind you, that it's impossible for our sun to be 93 million miles away at its given size to leave any defined shadows on Earth. That's what we found.
So we know it's a lie, but you're able to sort of say that now, that it just is impossible. So that's really great.
It is impossible. In fact, obviously, some people have gotten under NASA's skin. NASA just released an article 6 days ago claiming that this eclipse will actually help us possibly determine the real size of the sun, because the real size of the sun must be much larger than we first expected, despite all our spacecrafts we claim to have gone out there and taken pictures of the thing. You know, it's like now they're playing the clueless card, because people are calling him on the carpet about the size of the sun and its ability to cast the shadow. And Dr. Zach also, if some of the people listening to this video now, you guys know Dr. Zach, I called him yesterday and I said, hey, what's your opinion on this? Am I nuts? Can the sun leave a shadow from an object on Earth? And Doctor said, you know, Zach said, that's funny. And I sent you his comment, Karen, what he told me. But he can't get it to either. Excuse me. He has tried. He's modeled this in AutoCAD. He said he's increased the texture size where the render times take crazy long all day to try to get a shadow, and he can't do it either. And so that just confirms what Chris and I have found out also. The only way to get it to work is to artificially or make a light that would be artificial and unnatural to our natural world inside the modeling software itself. And that produces an ugly pixelated shadow, very much like NASA produced or the Himari 8 has produced. And either shadows are not natural or observable in real life.
Yeah, I see the whole time actually people looking at the shadow, and I wonder if anyone actually tried to put the camera actually in the shadow and look at the sun and see how the moon is going in front of it.
You know, that wouldn't take very long to render at all. I could certainly do that.
Yeah, then you see actually what happens with the light and the moon. And
the sun, if we're looking at their numbers from 93 million miles away, is a small white dot in the sky. The moon is also a tiny dot, despite the fact that on Earth, real observations, we can see what they assume to be craters and make very distinct patterns from the Earth to the moon. But if it were actually 238,000 miles away, we would not see any distinct markings on the moon, but just a one spot.
You can't even get that perspective right, you mean?
Right. The whole model is broke. NASA runs two narratives. Japan just released a satellite image of the moon they caught right behind the Earth, in full detail with its so-called crater markings. In reality, that it would have been a little tiny white dot way out in the middle of nowhere. And same with the NASA's LRO picture from the moon to Earth. That is what we should observe. Reality is they had it correct in the Apollo photos, where the Earth from the moon was very tiny, because that's what the Earth looks like from the moon.
Yeah. It's, I really wonder how many mistakes do we actually need to encounter to realize that the globe just doesn't work. I mean, there's so many things not working right now. And yeah, the official narrative is to keep the globe as the official model. So everything is talked into whatever does support the model, but so far the reality is just left behind.
Right, and that's 100% correct. And that's why they run two narratives for people. They run narratives where they show things like we should see them, and then they have narratives where they show things like their numbers indicate. And so they sort of satisfy people, and their indoctrination level will not allow these people to be critical of what they're seeing, because that's what indoctrination does. It doesn't allow a person to be critical or have critical thinking against the thing in which indoctrinated them. And so they just think it's normal.
For a child. The same trust a child has for its parents.
Right, exactly. And we don't want to trust NASA as parents, no way, shape, or form. They lie about everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Try to convince anyone that they actually believe a lie. Yeah. It's the cognitive dissonance your battle against it, and eventually.
Yeah, so I do have
to get past is that, isn't it? It's just that we've been lied to so badly. But you have to double prove everything back, don't you? If we're going to move forward as a community, as a flat Earth community, you've got to double prove it and triple prove it and keeping that pressure going, don't you?
Yes, you do.
So far, I haven't tried to prove anything. It just falls in place, at least on the square. And it's actually more figuring out what the strangeness of the truth actually is, because all the other fiction, yeah, it's the truth is just way beyond that. And yeah, it's really a question if somebody really wants the truth, because that means a true and utter response of confrontation with yourself, so that you actually become that particular adult level of responsibility. Takes a lot of courage, I guess, to leave all the fear behind. I guess that's the whole essence of the Ecclesiastic 12:13, in that fearing God, fearing the Most High is the only fear you need, because all the rest, yeah, that's just this fear mongering and not taking the actual responsibility and not being the actual you. And that's the one thing that the whole slavery part is about. That's just ripping you from your true identity, from your true being. I mean, imagine a world full of masters. In a way, discussions will be very short, because you need only a few words to get an essence.
We need to agree 100%, and that's how the world works. That's how they make it work, through fear, and we're only supposed to fear God. Jesus even said not to fear man, but fear the one who can throw you both in Gehenna or hell and destroy your soul. Fear that guy. And Hey, Karen, I have screens of Epic Discover in my render. If I can share those, I want to show the people what I mean about NASA's unnatural pixelated shadow.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Do an application share, actually. First
Yeah,
thing,
so that you don't show your links or anything.
because otherwise you are sharing the link of the Hangout in the...
So do I just share my screen, or?
When you get to sharing, it will say share application, which is your window, which you will have with the information in, and you just share that, not the actual main thing, because otherwise it puts the Hangout out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
full
I'm
screen.
going to share, and then I'm going to click on this image.
Yeah.
There you go.
Google Hangout is sharing your screen. Does anybody see this image?
Yeah,
Yep.
we do.
Okay, this is an image of Earth, of course. Not our Earth, but what they claim our Earth is. And this is the shadow that a sun will leave at 93 million miles away. As you can see, it is a small dot. This is rendered to scale, rendered as accurately as possible, double checked. And if you see the type of shadow that it leaves, it's not an actual shadow. It's really pixelated. It's not complete. In fact, it's not a shadow at all. It's just the software trying to interpret the light coming from the moon. Does anybody see this?
Yeah, we do.
Here is NASA's Epic Discover. Now, they use a gloss shader, so you see this big glossy spot here, and they cheated because they put their light source close. But basically, they tried to do the well, now I lost it. Where are we at? I got this sharing thing here. Their shadow, and it's the same pixely mess that I rendered. And you can see there's white in here. There's still color data in here. And that tells me that the shadow is also not a true shadow. They rendered the same thing. It's a pixelated mess, just like my shadow is here. And so, and for those of you who do not know, none of the Epic Discover photos are from space. Shading on there, and Fresnel shading, what that is, it gives this blue outline around it. I know Chris knows what that is, but you can see in the center. But when you rotate this object, then the Fresnel will always be on the outsides of that. They've got that shader in there. They've got their little gloss shader here, that little spot, and my Earth here. I put a gloss shader on there, but I made it a little more glossy so I could see the size of the sun coming in. There's my gloss shader, there's my Fresnel shader, and actually these textures are the same textures that are on this model here. They just colored their atmosphere blue, a little darker blue. And so when NASA types of shadows, and I get the same result as NASA, these ugly pixelated shadows, that tells me, and that reiterates that they can't work in their model either.
Z-Proxy just asked me to ask you, have you worked with ray marching shaders?
Ray marching no, I have not. There are is he talking in Blender or?
No, that was just a question he put. Asked if you'd worked with ray marching shaders.
No, I haven't. I've just been using Blender and mimicking. And the surprise was, I thought when I first saw that picture of Epic Discover, I thought NASA was just lazy putting a shadow in because it's not even a good real shadow. Until a year and a half later, when I actually did these tests, and I realized I'm producing the same light photons they are to produce a shadow, and I realized that, well, you can't produce a real shadow.
Actually, Mike, I'll just ask you something. I'm sharing the Hangout. I can't go on to you because you're sharing the Hangout.
Am I still sharing?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I'll just let it go now. Thank you.
I'm Hangoutly challenged, so I'll try.
That's all right. It's all right. You're not sharing it now, so it's all right. Sorry, carry on. You were saying something and I interrupted it, but it's just like as as it moved on to you, you were showing the hangout.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't need to show what we're already seeing then. Obviously, no. The only thing I was saying is that the HIMARA-8 and NASA are not satellite images. Those are not natural shadows that they show. Those are shadows produced by software rendering, which is how those images are made. And NASA and the US both share the same FTP image server anyway, in the same white round model. And they will hand you all this information if you just ask them, and they'll give you the FTP server links. They're not hiding anything. What they do is just lie to the general media public, but they'll actually tell you how they're doing it if you go ask. So that's all I had.
But I mean, it's good that you've proved it don't work, though. So what do you think NASA's going to do then? Because obviously there's going to be more people than we know doing this, and what, they're suddenly going to say the sun isn't 93 million miles away after all those years?
Oh, they could. You know, it depends on who's saying it. You know, they still have the video up on their website of the guy dangling on the wires across the hallway there, that they forgot to mask the wires out. They don't care, because it's the 90-10 rule. If 90 people believe they're not faking it, but 10 of us do, then the 10 look like idiots. And their people come and make excuses for them and explain why the guy's left hanging on the wire. He's exercising, that's a utility belt, anything but they're faking space. And so NASA, they don't care, they really don't. That's why they left their Arctic lemming in their Mars photo. They just don't care. And so it really depends on who pressures them, and it really depends on where they're going. Now, they just announced the sun could be a lot much larger, but if they don't receive any more pressure from that, you won't hear another peep about it again.
All everybody's got to do is go and look at some of the footages. The best one, I think, is this Bowen. It's called Bowen's First Trip Outside the ISS Space Station. That's where I've got paused astronauts, there's flippers, there's extra torches, there's swear words. There's just about everything you wouldn't want or expect to see there on that video. You can see it for yourself. You only got to look at a few of the footages to realise it's all just rubbish. It's all a lie.
It's strange you mentioned flippers, Karen. I watched a sci-fi movie the other day. They were aboard the ISS space station. I think it's called Alive or something like that, but they brought a microorganism back from Mars, and in the video they showed a woman in space, and she was drowning because all this water in her spacesuit was coming up into her helmet. And I saw a lot of run narratives of trying to explain how what we think is fake. They were explaining how it wasn't fake. It was kind of really strange. That somebody could actually drown in space, but we know that you can actually drown in the pool.
So they're going to try and change space into water now, are they? It wasn't a vacuum of space after all. It was a swimming pool.
It wouldn't surprise me. You know, Archer Sage and I were talking the other day about the algae they found on the outside of the ISS, and they broadcast this stuff. Well, algae can't survive; it'd be frozen and dead out there in the vacuum. And but they proclaim they found algae on the outside of the ISS, and that's because the whole thing sits in a pool. So somebody just didn't add the chlorine in that day. But they'll tell you, yeah, we found algae, and nobody will think a thing about it. They don't think that's weird. And so we have the boys at UFOsightingsdaily.com thinking that it's some kind of strange space algae they picked up. That's what they think it is, because these boys want to see aliens so bad that
So Dave Martin chat's just saying they said it was from the cooling system, just for a note from the chat.
Yes, I saw that, and the way it was coming out is just ridiculous. It's supposed to be going 17,000 miles, and it's puffing out, puff, 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 puff. And they went out to sort it out. Yeah, I remember that. It's just ridiculous. If people just woke up, not the people here, the people out there.
People anywhere.
Yeah, everybody, wake up.
Yeah,
Oh, actually, sorry. Frankie sent me something earlier, a link earlier that was showing like that they're trying to employ someone to be a planetary protector agent or something.
Yeah.
To look out against alien attacks and shit. So yeah, they're definitely pushing the old alien shit at the moment.
that would be a boring job.
Yeah, we were not only in the 13th floor, but we are also on the 13th floor. It's still a virtual happening, you know, and it's way stranger than anything within the 13th floor animation of our fiction. It's so weird. It's just so self-confrontation. I guess that's the whole thing. Fearing, or we just fear ourselves.
Well, this is the start of their alien invasion, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah,
They've been talking about.
Scripturally, I disagree with that scripturally. I think it was a good narrative for Project Blue Book years ago. It was a good prediction. But scripturally, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's how it's going to play out.
Yeah, angelic.
What do you mean by that, Mike?
Well, if we know Satan, and I have run into Satan on several occasions. The narrative cannot be that there are other alien races he's not in control of. He's going to set up here on earth as God. He's going to proclaim that he's God over everything God made. And everybody is going to worship him, according to Revelations 11. The whole world even rejoices when the two witnesses are killed. And so we're talking about not a human being, most likely an angelic being of some type, because no time in history has anybody just followed a man. This will be somebody coming to earth proving that he has made this enclosed system, that it belongs to him, and they're going to explain how the earth was really flat, and they're going to explain how the whole system works, and we're already starting to propagate this stuff out with hologram moon videos and simulation earth theory. But the alien idea, people simply aren't afraid of them as they once used to be, and I just don't believe they're going to run that narrative. I don't think Satan's going to share his dominion with an idea of some alien race outside of his reach.
It's all within his reach. It's all kind of the fallen part of the whole story. It's all the seduction. It's all for the control, you know. It's the fear is what drives us, and it's like you know,
you can get emotionally attached to them, or you can just.
Can I just say, who's just joined our hangout?
Cigar.
Let it go off you like water off a dodo, and understand that you can learn from these adversaries. For the most part, you don't see anything.
They got the link and they've just joined in. We probably have to start a new hangout now.
There is a great puzzle. A lot of people might.
So I just eject them.
They're
Yes, eject them. Get rid of them. Like I said, they've got the link now. We'll have to start a new hangout. It's because Mike put the link in the hangout.
Well, we'll carry on for a bit longer. If anybody else tries to join, then we'll have to do something about it. But I've ejected that person. They weren't actually talking bad stuff, but I don't know who that was, so they're rejected.
Did I put the link in the hangout?
I put it on you, like the thing moved onto you, and then you had left the hangout up. But we'll just carry on right now.
Yeah, when you share the hangout in future, make sure you share the app and not share your screen.
Yeah, we said. Do you remember? Series was telling you not to do the application.
Oh, I get it now after it's too late. But yeah.
Yeah. This is just what happens.
It's okay. I don't think they were going to be horrible. I think they were going to talk about things, but just in case, I've ejected them.
Yeah.
No, that was Cigar Face. He's a complete troll. Honestly, just yeah.
sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah, so we do try and say, don't show the Hangout. Anyway, we're okay at the moment, so we'll carry on. Thanks, Dee. Sorry, what were you saying there, Mike? Oh, so I lost track there when that person came on.
I was listening to, we were listening to somebody else.
Well, we're not now.
Okay, well, my main thing being here is that the heliocentric model does reasonably explain the eclipse. Now, does it explain the type of shadow that it leaves on Earth? And, well, they're showing all kinds of different types of shadows depending on what you're watching. So I'm not, we got to, you know, I don't think we can take the shadows of what they're showing. We have to take those with a grain of salt. Can the sun leave a shadow on the Earth? And the answer to that is no. And I think NASA and Japan have both proved that. And the findings that Chris and I have come into have proved that. Dr. Zach has tried to make it work, and it doesn't work. Just simply at 93 million miles away, the sun is not big enough, nor has the wide enough surface area to shoot what they call photons in a compact enough order in order to leave a shadow.
Sorry. That's what happened, see? Because we've shown the link. The link's been shown. Right. Let's get rid of it. That's it, he's gone. Damn.
It might be good to start a new Hangout, to be honest, because that's going to keep happening all night now, probably. He's got 1 million soccer accounts.
Yeah.
What should we do then? Because obviously everybody's watching right now. We'll just carry on a bit longer. If they come back, we'll have to think about doing it. That's damn annoying.
They're going to do it.
I was just going to say, let's just carry on. Mike, what do you think NASA's going to do then with all these people knowing all this stuff? What are they going to do? Just have another lie waiting?
Well, they've already announced that they believe this eclipse will maybe show them just how much bigger the sun is, when in fact we've had spacecraft out there for years. They should have taken pictures or measured the sun a long time ago. And now I believe there are people pressuring them, finding the same things that Chris and I have found. Hey, the sun's not big enough to leave enough photons scattered out at 90-degree angles to leave a shadow. And so it really depends on who pressures them. If they release a few stories, will it go away? If it's just us running YouTube videos, they're not going to care. So it would have to be somebody prominent in the scientific community, or perhaps somebody that has some pull and power in government.
Do you think they can carry this on for much longer, though?
The heliocentric model? Or the...
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because we have billions of brainwashed people who will defend the model at all costs, who don't care about truth. Now, I was asking if... our buddy's back. So you can get rid of that guy.
Deary me. It's pathetic, isn't it? Absolutely pathetic that they have to do that. Pathetic.
Well, he wants us to be irritated with him, and he's...
I don't know where to go. Someone says that in the settings I can change it, but where do I do that? There's nothing on the control room here to do it.
Yeah, sorry, Zed Proxy in chat. Yeah, I did just message you. He said, yeah, you can disable the join in by link in the settings. So I imagine it'll be... Yeah, I imagine it'll be in the, you know, the gear wheel or 3 dots or whatever, where the settings will be.
Where's that? On my main thing, or on the actual, what, on the actual page where everybody's watching?
In the stream out, in the scheduled stream.
I don't know where to do it right now as we're live, and my computer's not exactly the fastest.
Yeah, no, like I say, I mean, it might be easier to start a new Hangout if it carries on.
Stop the Hangout.
Pardon? For 2.5 hours. We were going to stop at 12, probably.
Yeah.
So maybe we just carry on. We can just eject him. It's just annoying a little bit, but we can eject that person. Maybe we'll have to go through the control series so we can look at this when we're not on a hangout to make sure there's a few things I can do.
Shout out to Joey Civil and his cum teeth. Everybody on the
Yeah.
Oh
cum
my
like I
teeth,
said,
cum teeth, cum teeth.
it will just
Everybody
keep
has cum
happening.
teeth.
Can't eject. That's it. Thank you.
Right. Anyway, I would say let's not give them any more airtime, Karen. Just keep ejecting them as they come in. We'll stop talking about it and let's keep getting the
just
message
carry
out.
on,
Yeah.
guys. We
All right,
love
yeah.
everybody in Flat Earth, and that's just stupid and so childish. But anyway, thanks, Mike, for that. We were just telling you not to share the link.
I didn't understand in enough time before I destroyed
That's
the hang.
right.
So
No, it hasn't.
I can model
it
stuff
hasn't.
in Blender, but I don't understand Hangouts. So
Yeah. Well, let's just carry on. Don't take any notice of them. Let's just carry on. That's what they want, is to disrupt, and we're not. So let's carry on. I was just sort of basically saying, how much longer can they go on lying like this? And what do we do? How many people does it take?
well, for this to change, the government's going to have to change the narrative. And the United States already has a bill in the House now to effectively do away with the idea of satellites. They already have plans and are preparing. NASA can emulate the sun, have had the technology for a long time, as well as Japan can put meteorites in the sky, spaceships, and anything else they want. China can broadcast whole cities in the background if they want. They have all this technology, and I fully believe what is coming is the information we're giving out now. When we get to what those of us who believe in Scripture call the end times, they're going to prove that we actually live in a closed, possibly a simulated environment that is indeed flat. And they're going to come up with some excuse as to why they had to lie all these years. That's what I believe we're approaching, because there is a whole lot.
How crazy is that, though? All those millions of dollars or pounds every single day being plowed into this thing.
Yeah, we have to protect you. Truth is so dangerous. Yeah, the only thing they protect is their assets, their control. The system is theirs. It's their design. That's why energy is the utopia. The unreachable one, you know? Because yeah, that takes actually that you take your own responsibility and become your own owner.
Yeah, but it's just that they're lying to the mass, aren't they? And the mass aren't waking up and noticing. I mean, we already know that nobody takes much notice of what they're watching and listening. It just probably just goes in there. It just goes into their brain, and they're just not listening.
It's kind of, they keep the people on the level of children, and if that's not possible, then they keep them on the level of pubers. But they always try to keep you from actually reaching adult level, because that is the point. You take responsibility for yourself and go into the world and be the flower you are. And that's the most dangerous form of who you are. Imagine a world full of flowers, full of masters. Nobody can.
They don't want that, do they? They just want us as a sort of drummed down. Hang on a second, he's back. Where is he? Sorry, everybody. The games you have to play. Eject. Get rid of them. They're stupid, aren't they? But that's I just can't believe that, you know, this waking up thing. It's just like, it's like turning a light on a wall. That's how quick the wake up is when you actually realise. But it's just so many people are just, oh. I suppose what it is you're going to tell them that their life isn't right, though. That's what people, they just want to ignore it, that their life has been a lie.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. See, here's the. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
Not really. So you're kept from actually growing, actually going through all the stages of who we are, and never ending the ladder of the mind in that sense, and becoming the full awareness of the actual nature of what the child is saying is pure and himself, but then completely aware. They keep us in this forever unrest, and never find an actual rest that we only find on the level of the child or the level of the master. That's the only point of actual balance, I guess. The full you.
Do you think that if this whole thing does come out properly, that's the end of governments, isn't it? Who's going to believe it?
Governing of the mind. That's the whole thing here. They say it's right in your face, actually. The words themselves tell it us, but we just never get a real essence of what the word means. It's never told in that sense. You have to look for it.
It's frustrating, I think, though, isn't it, for all of us? Because when you know the truth, well, it's just so frustrating.
Well, Karen, when this comes out, it's going to be according to their narrative. And a whole bunch of flat earthers who do not know God or follow the scriptures are going to receive their explanation. I mean, this thing will eventually balloon out. We have like 5% of the earth now that believes the earth is flat. It's still snowballing. Eventually, it's going to go into the narrative, whatever they want. And for those flat earthers who disregard the Bible, they're going to receive their model and say, yeah, they came clean finally. It is this. It is holographic sun. It is this. It is simulated. Or whatever it is they come out with. There's still going to be a deception regardless. Now, as for their lying to us, Rob Simon, I'm sure you all know who he is. Mr. It Has to Be in Photoshop. We contacted him, and he was very nice and gave us Russia's, Japan's, and the US's FTP image servers on how they fake the satellite pictures. The ESA, which is the European Space Agency, you have to order stuff through them and sign forms and stuff and tell them what you want it, but they tell you right in print that none of the pictures are from space. They're all just plain black grounds with the rendered images on it. They tell you this. NASA leaving the Arctic limit in their Mars photo, leaving the guy hanging on the wires. It's not about them lying necessarily, because they actually don't lie if you go talk to them about it. It's the people who don't want to receive what is true. And so really, it's the people themselves who don't have ears to hear or are unable to or will receive the information.
I just find it really incredible that all those employees sit there and all those big telescopes and observatories and the whole lot, and like, how can they think that it's where it's 93, all the stars are light years away and the stars are only miles up? I mean, the stars don't have anything to do with the eclipse, do they? Because the stars aren't nearly as high as they say they are. The stars are only miles away. So you don't think the stars are playing a part in this eclipse, do you?
Well, we're still studying on what the sun and moon is, though, right, Karen? I mean, we don't know yet how it's all tied.
I mean, because obviously we've been talking a lot in our group and on these hangouts that basically, say for me in the UK, we'll just use a figure of about 40 miles every day. The sun will, well, if we could see it through the clouds, will come up in the east and go in the west. That's say 40 miles. It takes hours and hours to go over your head. Yeah, it's in America as well. Doing the same thing.
Right.
Traveling slowly for hours across the sky.
And yeah, and that's why I was so interested in Robert's video and why I wanted to talk to him personally. He observed the sun in the clouds, stuck in the clouds. And what makes his video undebunkable is the fact the sun got low enough to leave a sunbeam on the bottom of the clouds at the top up, and he points that out in his video. And so now I'm trying to figure out how is that possible until we understand that the sun is only a perceived object to the observer, and the sun is just running his course over us above Earth in his own spatial space that we can't actually get to, but only observe.
I mean, in a sense, it's crazy. You know, it's gone from 93 million miles away and this great big ball of things so big it sees this as a speck of dust, into the fact it takes hours to cross over your skyline, and yet it's in other places. It's in all these other places as well.
Yeah, it's everywhere. And I know you guys discussed before about wherever you're at, the sun arcs a different way. And I heard some of that discussion I wasn't a part of, but this is what we're running into, different observations depending on where you are. David Weiss saw the moon in the clouds, and he has a neighbor that lives down the street. He called and he said, Mike, it's crazy because he sees something totally different than I do. And once again, that's because the moon, the sun, you know, and you were talking about rainbows, Karen, they're all only observable to the person observing in their own way.
Well, what that was is that's Stan Smith. He's got a 360-degree camera, and that's what he's reporting, that up there it's all rainbow. It's just a whole rainbow effect. So as you can't get to a rainbow, you can't get to the sun, you can't get to the moon.
Right. That would be a good analogy of
and
that.
It moves. As you move towards it, it moves. I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? But that, you see, most people don't realize that Ceres has been talking about dimensional things, and unless you realize that this is all dimensional things in other dimensions. Hey, Ceres?
Yeah, it's just hard to explain.
Oh,
The
excuse me.
power of Christ.
Sorry, everybody. So let me eject him. Actually, I can. Hang on a second. I can hide him.
Just boot him. Eject.
Right.
We had
he's
some
muted.
religious stuff going on.
Just boot him, Karen. Don't give him a chance.
No, I was going to try. I thought it said can hide them from being on here. So I was trying to do that first. They've gone now. Carry on. Sorry. Yeah, this whole thing. I just think that, like, it was bad enough when I thought it was 93 million miles away and light years, and I couldn't get my head around all that. And now it's even worse.
Well,
Yeah.
the scripture says the heaven, even the heavens, belong to the Lord. The earth he gave to the children of men. So everything above us in Genesis 1:20 tells us that the birds can fly to the firmament where God placed the sun, moon, and the stars. The birds can actually reach this area where the sun, moon, and stars travel. That's where our firmament starts. That's why there is no so-called dome. The scripture never mentions. And so everything above, if God calling the sun a he and the moon a she, and naming all the stars as actual spiritual entities and alive as God is a spirit in his realm above, then all we're looking at is God's side of things from our perspective, what we would call as Christians the realm of the spirit or the unseen realm. Now, my goal was to make an observation that will match all scriptures and prove them through observations, and then from there try to find any known sciences of man that can be applied to what we observe. And I'm not 100% sure God has supplied us a science that can explain everything. Now, we have the theory of electromagnetics. We have that theory, but the people coming out with this theory still believe Earth is a ball, which has some red flags for me. And then we have the other field theory, quantum theory, and this is more based on.
Oh, it's so pathetic, isn't it? Sorry, it's just so pathetic they have to do that. Carry on. Don't worry, carry on.
And so now we have quantum field theory, and that theory doesn't exactly jive with the magnetic theory, but we have people believing it's that field theory. But once again, these are just sciences of men, and even if their theories make sense, doesn't necessarily mean that is what we're actually observing and experiencing. So that's my take on that. I think we should be able to prove the model that the Earth does repeat, that is portal-like. And then after we're able to back that up with scriptures and observations, because we have the testimony from the pilot even, we're getting more and more things, and God will continue to give us more things. We need to seek the Lord on if there is a possible scientific explanation we can put to how things work, knowing that things above us are, in fact, possibly spirit.
Yeah, we are spirit. That's the whole thing here as well.
Also, it was actually Dee. We were actually talking about this, but Dee did the experiment, which sort of set me off, and I made a video about it myself. Wasn't it, Dee? It was you with your daughter.
What, going down to the beach and seeing the sun? Yeah, yeah.
Just explain to the chat room what you did.
Well, yeah, no, I was just down doing my normal observations one day. I had my daughter with me at the beach. Sun was setting, saw the sun coming into my feet. She was a few feet up the beach, asked her what she saw. She saw the same thing. So
what she saw was the sun coming to her feet, but not yours. And you saw the sun coming to your feet, but not hers.
yeah. I mean, people will explain that away with the mirror effect, but I basically explain the mirror effect with the own perspective. So
yeah, and this is so some of these things we can't do, or individually can't do, you know, like we don't have money for high altitude balloons each or whatever, but this one you can actually all do yourself. You can go down to the beach or any expanse of water and see this for yourself, and do it with someone else and see and do this experiment yourself. Because a lot of them you can't do, or maybe people can't buy P900 cameras or 360-degree cameras because they're quite expensive. But this one you can do yourself. Robert could do it. Robert's got cameras. He can set one camera up and leave it running, and then take his phone or something and then move up the beach. Robert could do this one himself because he has more than one piece of equipment. Are you there, Robert? He's probably fallen asleep or something.
No,
Robert?
I'm here. I was just muted. Yeah, I understand the concept. The reflection goes to the eye of the observer, which would be the camera in that case of capture, and then it provides a uniform perspective. It's almost like each individual watching it sees it of the camera. That's essentially how that works. So I understand the concept of it. The shadow doesn't care where the observer is. It'll just be where the object is that creates the shadow, because of it blocking the path of the light. However, the reflection is dependent on the observer. And then what's really interesting, and you can see it on the some of my more recent videos. They're not the live videos, although there's some there, but the one that I thought was so interesting is where the seagulls are actually in the beam of light, and you can see both the shadow and the reflection at the same from the same bird. And that's what I was talking about earlier in this hangout, is because of the angle of the camera and the height of the sun, it's kind of like a uniform, well, how would I say, reflection, shadow, and the symmetry of the size of the bird. It all kind of converges. It's kind of interesting. You can look at it if you like. I posted it yesterday, I believe it was. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of complex in one respect, where, you know, I could point the camera over at somebody observing the reflection from their perspective. But what's interesting about that is the reflection is going to be coming back differently. I don't even know how to explain that. In other words, if it's going to be a unique perspective. Each lens of each camera and each observer is going to have a unique perspective on the reflection. That's just pretty much how it works. And that was kind of like what I was talking about earlier, almost a year ago, Karen, in series, is that just moving the lens of the camera just ever so slightly, less than an inch, or even less than that. If you're paying attention, it will change the image ever so slightly. And then if you're projecting that lens of the camera to however far the sun or the moon are away, trying to get an exact reading of the elevation or the azimuth or the angle, it all changes with just ever so slightly, just a teeny little bit. So what I was talking about earlier with going full zoom on the moon or full zoom on a pelican or a ship is that I don't know how far away the sun and the moon are. I don't have any claim to know. I don't even know how to determine that. Heck, I can't even tell you how. I can tell you when I'm at sea level, when my feet are wet and I'm by the ocean, and everything else is pretty much how would I know? You know, when they say Mount Everest is 28,500 miles tall, or 28,500 feet tall, whatever the exact number is, I just take that on faith, but I have no way of confirming it. Do they lie about that stuff too? They could. They could. Basically, when somebody is going to fly an aircraft, they have to synchronize certain dynamics with airport elevations and all of that. It's all part of the system. It's all part of the computer system. So, Mike, are you aware of any manual way to determine elevation above and below sea level accurately, apart from a computer?
Mike, that's for you.
Yeah, I heard. No, I don't. Because elevation it depends on what you're trying to determine it on. It changes on a ball. And so what they've done is they have already computerized it. We don't need to triangulate GPS coordinates anymore. We just need the X and Y, and wherever that locates you, they know the elevation of that automatically, so they can then put that in for you also. So as far as I know, it's a predetermined number given by them. Mm-hmm. That's as far as I know.
Yeah, and I know even on the with all the elevations that I'm aware of, mountains and hills and all of that, it's above or below sea level. You know, Death Valley is maybe 210 feet below sea level or something like that. The Dead Sea is supposed to be the lowest level on the earth, right? Isn't that true?
Well, one would think so, yes.
At least that was what I remember. And what I'm finding out is, you know, I've determined as best I can tell, God's word is true, all others are suspect. Period. Yeah. That's pretty much what I've done with this, because and I'm not chasing after experiences, so to speak, like in some kind of weird metaphysical religious pursuit. What happened, I was born again and he changed me, and based on that, that's largely where I'm saying, okay, I believe what Jesus said is true, says is true. He perpetually says it. I'm experiencing what he talks about in scripture through his own, what he's recorded as saying, or what is said through the prophets, the scribes that wrote down what what they were led by the Spirit of God to articulate to humanity. So that being said, everything else is suspect to me. I'm not buying it. Whether it's NASA, CNN, Fox News. Oh, look at the pretty girl there. My dad, after my dad had his stroke, he watched a lot of news before then. But I spent some time with him like 7 years ago, shortly after his stroke, and he was at home. He would watch probably a dozen hours of Fox News and comment on the girls and that, and then he would leave the TV on at night when he was sleeping. So what I've chosen to do is listen to God's word when I'm awake or asleep, and when I'm doing stuff, and that's just pretty much how I roll. Not because of a legalistic obligation that perceives something bad will happen to me if I don't do it. I just prefer it. Yeah, I can't reconcile the apparent contradictions in Scripture, largely between man's responsibility to believe and the inability for man to believe unless God sovereignly opens up man's eyes, removes the veil, so it makes sense. From what I understand, regeneration precedes belief by the sovereign will of God. It's entirely a work of God. It's not something I picked myself up by my own bootstraps. It was like I had a crisis of conscience and I was born again. And so now that's what I'm about, is sharing that with other people. And the old me that I was is gone, just gone. But a memory to me, which is surreal, because I've got the memory of is early. Some of my earliest memories are a little bit less. I was just a few different things, but it's kind of bizarre, especially like when we talked about going to visit where I grew up and having. It was more than visiting as a flat earther. It was, I was spiritually dead when I left there, and I went back spiritually alive.
Yeah.
That's the big thing.
That's the whole thing. We are learned to have no spirit at all, and that's the thing. You wake up that you are actually the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
That you have your body in that sense, instead of being your body.
Well, yeah, and exactly. Now, as far as the zombie apocalypse or the zombies, there's the spiritually walking dead. They're spiritually dead and they don't know it.
Yeah.
They're unaware,
Yeah.
and because of that, we're actually, we get close to some of those people in life because of relationships and that, and then we're in a close proximity sometimes in a public area, and it gets a little scary when some of those people are addicted to a variety of chemicals that are calling for that they want to they want the money to get the drug that's going to make them feel better for a little while, and that's one of the reasons why people are afraid of drug addicts. And I would say it's justifiable concern. And sometimes I would hear somebody say, "Oh, they're addicted to drugs." One of my first questions would be, "What kind? What are we talking about?" But even the pharmaceuticals or the prescription drugs have such bizarre side effects that I wouldn't take any of them anymore. Anyway, that's where.
I don't know about you, Robert, but I don't know. It's not that maybe I wasn't maybe the way I am before, but this has totally changed our lives. All this, it's totally changed everything for me.
Oh yeah, well, some people have. I don't know how it came up. It's individual for each person, kind of like that reflection that we were talking about. That it's individual for the observer, and life circumstances brings us to a point, or we can reach a point where, you know, we look at life and is this all there is? You mean I work for a corrupt system and then I die? Is there more? Is there more to this than that? And wanting to know the truth is a really big deal to some people, and others just seem to be looking for validation for what they want to believe, and they'll just chase after that. And the social media can feed either one of those pursuits. And I'm convinced that the insincere investigation is going to yield what the individual wants to find. It's just a paradigm. It's a paradox. You know, if they want to believe a certain way, and that's what they're, I forget what, confirmation bias, I think is a term I've heard kicked around. If I want to find validation for a certain perspective, by golly, I'm going to find it. Well, when I just wanted to know the truth, that was really different. Now, like Monty Python, they were a godless group of people, but doggone it, they were pretty funny. That English humor, pretty interesting. But now for something completely different, that's what happened with me. All of a sudden, the veil got ripped off of my eyes, and I was able to see things from a new perspective, one that I hadn't seen before. Series is doing stuff. You're echoing, buddy.
Series, you might have to move stuff. Can I just ask Mike a question? Mike, how long have you been a flat earther for then?
Going on 2 years.
And what was it for you then? Were you already into like religion, or is this something that's changed for you? Like Robert said, he was basically an atheist, and now he promotes and he's Bible.com. But what was it? Did everything change for you, or what was it? What happened?
I've been teaching scripture and faith and trust in God, laying hands on the sick, speaking in tongues, gifts of the Spirit now for 20 years. I was watching a street healing video on YouTube, and the guy was healing people in the name of Jesus, which I thought was great. But then the guy mentioned that the Bible says the earth is flat, so I shut the guy off. You know, that's crazy. The earth's not flat, it's a ball, of course. But the Spirit of the Lord had spoken to me, and the Lord asked me if I valued his anointing on that guy's life. And I said, well, yes, Lord, of course, because, I do value your anointing, of course. And then the Lord asked me this, is it worth checking into if you value that? And I said, I suppose, Lord. So I went right to scriptures. I had no idea Eric DeBay, Mark Sargent were out there with all this information and evidence. I had no clue. I went and started searching scriptures, and I ran into Ecclesiastes 1:5, where the sun hastens back to his place. And it was like the light bulb came on. I realized right away that Earth's not like what they said. I read these scriptures over and over through the years, and it never registered with me. And then that's when I got online to see if I could find something on Christopher Columbus or some article on flat Earth. Maybe somebody else had noticed this, and it was viral at that point already.
And then since then, you've been out trying to show everybody it's a lie.
Well, I'm only in this because it's going to be related to how the end times play out. The Lord asked me to study the eschatology years ago, and I did, and I saw different views of it, of pre-trib, post-trib, pre-wrath, mid-trib, and God forbid pre-trism, all the views. And I went back to the Lord and I said, there's nothing really here that's not already out there. And I don't believe in arguing on doctrines or causing division of whether you believe in oneness or the Trinity. It really, to me, or post-trib or pre-trib, it's just not worth hating one another about. And I told the Lord I need something more than this. Well, 3 years later, he lays flat earth at my feet. And then I realized that in order for Satan to claim who he is, there has to be a way to prove that he made everything. Because that's what he's going to do in Thessalonians. He's going to claim that everything God made, he is actually God and ruler over. And now I see how this is going to play out. And so that's when I got into examining NASA and things, and made a whole bunch of videos I never intended to make, because I was planning to use YouTube just to teach scriptures only.
But it's probably reinforced everything for you now, hasn't it? Even more.
Well, I think the thing that really shocks me is everything's a lie. But then NASA tells the truth. It's really strange. NASA is not actually lying if you'll just go read their documents and see what they actually are saying, not what they're giving to CBS, CNN, or BBC, but what they actually print in their papers. And that's how we got Russia's, Japan, and the US's FTP servers to their satellite images and models.
But they are lying, aren't they, Mike? Because all those things, like I just told you, with Boeing going outside, that's all a lie. It's all fake.
It's a lie.
Movies are actually assuming it in our own minds, and that's where our minds are, the public mind, where that is, and they only confirm the public view in the actual truth of what they can say, but only in support of that particular model, and not the rest of it. In that sense, if you take the whole truth of what they have, then you see a complete different picture. That's the whole thing here.
Well, you know, a couple of thoughts I'd like to put together here. Karen, you were mentioning about wanting people to wake up. I know this whole group series, all the participants in this hangout want to wake people up, see people wake up. The irony is where Mike just mentioned about Thessalonians, and it goes like this: 2 Thessalonians 2:14, I believe. They refused to love the truth and so be saved. For this reason, God sends them a powerful delusion. So here's the way this breaks down as best I can tell. The people who don't love the truth, God is going to confirm and make impossible their ability to believe the truth. He's going to reward them with what they want. They don't want to believe the truth, they're going to get deception, and God's going to make sure of that. So it's beyond. So I don't have the there. From what I understand, hearing faith comes by hearing God's word. Somehow mysteriously, when people hear God's word, if they're a child of God, they'll be born again. It won't have that same effect for a child of Satan. The way that breaks down, as best I can tell, like when I've had different people say, when I post the Bible.com link, oh, I became an atheist because I read the Bible. Sorry to hear that. It can work out that way. And it may sound cold, and I've even, you know, they'll say a lot of nasty things about me, that I look like this or that, and I'll say, well, it sounds like you might be a child of Satan. This may not end well for you. You may want to really look into this because it matters. And I say that with all sincerity. They may be a child of Satan. I'm not just saying that to be hurtful to them. And how does that work out? Well, from what I understand, God's word basically talks about Satan uses who he can and what he can. God uses everybody, including Satan and everything else. He works it all out. And so I'm just going along for the ride, doing my little deal in this.
It's amazing what you do, Robert. I don't think people realize, and maybe one day you'll be totally appreciated for the amount of hours that you spend on that beach taking pictures for us. But you see, Mike noticed you now because of what you do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was Mike and I talked. It was nice. I appreciate you calling, Mike, and I enjoyed our conversation. It really is amazing that video capture. And since then, I mean, I've got other captures that are similar to that. and I've noticed it in other video. It seems easier to see that at a sunset than the sunrise or the sun appearing. And I don't know exactly why that is, but from the perspective is largely what it is. Like I've said, we can't know exactly how far the sun and the moon are away. Basically, what blows me away about the sun and the clouds video is that it was shared over 900 times and it has less than 27,000 views, which isn't a lot of times of views. What I was so amazed of or by would be how bold people were to post it on their profile, to say, look at this, NASA's lying, the sun isn't 93 million miles away, look, it's in the clouds. And that's really, I mean, when I've looked at it many times, I don't exactly know how to explain what we're looking at exactly, how that works out, because I look at perspectives a lot through the camera, through just my naked, unaided eye, and I see things differently. Sometimes I go through the shots that I took a long time ago, and I see things that I didn't see before, simply because of what God has done to change my heart, what He's done to change my processing of what I'm looking at now. So it's in the human. I saw a shot the other night. I haven't posted it. Don't know if I will. But it's a woman, a man with his arm around his wife's shoulder, and she looks like she's sobbing next to the pier. I don't know what was going on there. I just took it because it looked like an interesting reflection from a distance. And in the foreground, or closer to me, was a lady looking at them. And just seeing, you know, as we look at life and the massive amount of life that's going on, the people being born and dying, and the miscarriages and the abortions and the drug addiction and the divorces and the shattered dreams and things that are working out different than we would like to see them work out. In the midst of all that, as I listen to God's word, it just works out for me. I understand that these difficulties are a catalyst for change. The character is formed out of the crucible of adversity. Scripture talks about that we should count it all joy when we undergo difficulties, when these things happen, because they end up causing us to grow. They end up, as if we move towards God, He uses it for His glory. And when we shine bright, when He shines brightly through us in the backdrop of difficulty and pain and human suffering. So that's part of what's going on with me. Interpersonal relationships in my family. My wife thinks I'm crazy. My sons don't have the respect for me that I would like for them to have. They think I'm deceived about this whole shape of the earth thing.
I understand all that, Robert. Can I just ask Mike, does your family with you, Mike, or do you have the same battle?
My family will believe whatever I tell them to believe. Otherwise, they know where the door's at. That's just how it works. So, I won't put up with any nonsense that's contrary to Scripture in my own house, and that's just how I run things. And so they believe. Now, my wife, she's not, she doesn't understand a lot of things. She did say when she first saw the azimuthal equidistance, she said in her spirit it just didn't seem right. when she watched Free Energy's video the first time, she said, I felt the anointing and power of God all over that. She goes, that's got to be what it is. And so just by what the Spirit tells her and what the Spirit tells me, the model is close to what Free Energy presented, you know, when we watched it a long time ago. And so, and as for people and what they think about me, well, you know, I have a website dedicated to me calling me stupid, and I got videos made of me calling me stupid. So, you know, nobody likes to be called stupid, but then again, you can't let it get to you too much.
Oh, can I just ask you one thing? You know, you just said a minute ago that NASA technically are correct with all they put out, but when you know it's lying and it's going to come out more, so how are they going to explain all those years of using that money to fake everything? Then how are they going to get around that? What, pretend to us again that they didn't do all this, or you know, we've got video upon video of them lying.
Well, it's what. See, first of all, if we're looking at a biblical perspective of the end times, they're going to have to change the narrative. But they have been changing the narrative. Just a few years back, we now find out that gravity is far too weak to work in our dimension. So now it's in the fourth dimension, which gravitons travel back and forth, which we can't find or see. Now we have NASA claiming that the sun is bigger. So they have been changing the narrative. But then on the same token, they are truthful, and as Robert here read in Thessalonians, they would not receive the truth. They don't want the truth. And so you can leave guys hanging on a wire. You can show your Arctics and Lemon. You can show people drowning in space in the bubbles and algae on the outside of the ISS. It's not going to get through these people's heads because they're not looking for something to be critical against the false model. NASA, on the other hand, is doing absolutely nothing to hide the fact that they're faking space.
Isn't that amazing?
Well, that's just how it's been, you know. And at first, I thought NASA were making mistakes.
As the public mind, you know, the whole MKO programming. It's so particularly this particular video about the woman what comes in a waiting room full of people, and then the bell is ringing, and then everybody stands up. And after the second or third bell, she is standing up as well.
Oh yeah.
Eventually, all are gone who are actually doing the act. The actors are gone. She's repeating it, and when new customers coming in, do the same eventually. And it all the rest of the day, everybody did it on the particular bell, and it was so apparent that people are so fast programmed. And as a programmer, I saw the whole clue behind it, because programming is it's the one thing I'm constantly working on is finding the bug, because everything has to be perfect. And if it's not perfect, if it's not working, yeah, then I'm coming across that particular bug, so I can actually repair it eventually to make it work as it should. And that's the same for reality. As soon as we put in any claim of theory in there and it just doesn't add up, it just doesn't connect to reality, yeah, then it's still a theory and not a fact, no matter how long you keep repeating the theory. And ignore the fact that it is just not connecting. So I'm looking for a connection to reality itself. Everything in research should be based in reality itself before we go anything beyond there. Finding the reality, in fact. I mean, beyond the knowledge of what we know. And so far, the most best knowledge, what was actually giving us the ability to become the independent person and freedom, that knowledge is actually taken out of the public domain. So yeah, it's the whole system, infrastructure is based on the whole slavery principle. And that's where we need to change for ourselves, and not really breaking down the old, but actually building the new. And that's where the massive effort should go on, instead of the warring, what they try to invite. poking us and hitting us and slapping us in our face to get us aggressive. Because when we are aggressive, they can take us. They are prepared for aggression, but they can't deal with humor and facts and laws in that sense. It's the same thing as the whole UCC thing in the court. The only thing what they trial of what they can't trial there are the facts and the laws. Anything out there, anything else is just fiction. So it's a fictional system. It's all based on fiction in that sense.
Yeah, and largely fear and intimidation.
Sorry, Series has to just mute himself. That's it. Go for it.
Well, this has been a very enjoyable hangout for me. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I've enjoyed being a part of it. I just wanted to go ahead and thank you, and I'll be excusing myself. I've got some things that I need to tend to, but I very much enjoyed this time together with you all.
Hang on, Robert. I'm coming back for a flat Earth hug.
Oh, you are? Well, let me.
Yeah, I'm coming back now. Just give me a moment. Mike, how long do you want to stay on for? Because we have actually been broadcasting now for 3 hours.
God bless Robert. Always pleasure talking with you, sir.
Oh, likewise.
Robert!
Thank you so much. Big hugs. Here we go. All right. All right.
Oh, we saw Mike. There's Mike.
Hey, very good.
Yeah, I have to turn my
big hugs, y'all. All righty. Good night.
Thank you for coming on, Robert. Always enjoy having you on.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
See you next.
Yeah. Yeah. Bye, Robert. What Sirius was talking about, Karen, and the prisoner, they all have Stockholm syndrome. They love their captors, and I think they're comfortable in loving their captors. NASA's not, what they feed the media is one thing, but when Rob Simmons hands us 3 government servers on their fake satellite images and how they're made through MIDAL, it tells me that they don't care, and they don't actually need to care because people don't want the truth. It goes back to if you're a person who is not seeking truth, you're not going to find truth. And the scripture that Robert read, where they did not love the truth, they don't.
I just say one thing. Me and Dee went to the Space Centre in Leicester in, I think it was March. It was to go there with Martin Leakey and Nathan Oakley to do a little bit of protesting or even to talk about flat Earth. But when you're in there, everybody's in love with space. They're in love with it. And that's a problem that you have to overcome, is because so many people are in love with space.
Yeah, they are. And it's put in front of us through movies, through TV series, through our classrooms. And nobody's figured out that when I modeled the Earth, the moon, the sun, when I modeled it to scale, the moon appears like a small golf ball in space. You can hardly see it at 238,000 miles. And nobody's ever come out and said, hey, wait, this can't be correct. This is not what we observed. Same with the sun. It's a small little white dot way out in the distance, not this big, beautiful glow thing that we experience here on Earth. And it just kind of seemed funny to me that all these years, the universities and independent scientists are not raising Cain about it. And so it just...
I know, and you know the other thing as well, when you're actually looking at the sun from a high altitude balloon, the sun is in the dark. It's not lighting up the dark.
Exactly. And I'm curious if we send. There's problems with sending balloons up, which I modeled. I won't get into that issue. I was looking from Rob Skiba's video. We do have some serious issues sending balloons up and trying to find curvature, and there's a reason for that. But I'm curious if we send a balloon up and view the sun, what somebody's observation on the ground would be of the sun at the same time in the same area. I wonder where the sun height would present itself. That I would like to do.
It was a little bit of a shame that Chris has dropped out. He's never actually left a hangout, so he must have a problem there. But obviously, you know, we've done a lot of work with him and listened to him rather a lot over the last so many weeks, but he's not here to answer.
Well, Chris and I can model what we should see in a balloon, why you should not use a 7.2 millimeter GoPro lens, and well, I mean, we can model all this out, and the inherent issues with taking a photo of 100,000 feet up. Why our horizon will not be 50-50.
Yeah, because Stan, it's true. Like, why can't they have a 360-degree camera up there when they're up in space? Why can't we have a 360-degree camera on the balloons? Question. Yeah, Stan's in the chat room. Do you want me to see if he'll come on? Stan, will you come on for 10? I mean, we can't stay on too much longer because we've already done 3 hours. But Stan, will you come on?
Must have grabbed it.
Because the chat room's a couple of minutes behind us. I'll write it to him. You carry on talking. I'll write to him.
Well, with a GoPro, even non-distortion lens, a 7.2 millimeters, we're still going to get a distortion. Is he in?
No, sorry. Stan said he can't join at the moment.
Oh, okay. Chris, where have you been?
Sorry. We had a major lightning storm go through here and took out 7,000 people's power, so we got cut off there for about an hour or so. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
That's back on now. I don't know if it'll hold, but it's back on for now anyway.
That one, by the way. We were asking Stan to come on, but we'll get him on another day then. But he came on the other day, Mike, and he was talking about the 360-degree camera. But anyway, welcome back, Chris.
Well, like I said, there's problems with the doing weather balloons, and Chris and I can both model it. If it's a flat plane, okay, let's say your hands are flat plane up. If you reach 100,000 feet, for your ground and sky horizon level to meet eye level to be 50-50, you need a camera that can at least see 400 miles. With the GoPro and some of the cameras we're sending up. Otherwise, even on a flat plane, the camera's is going to clip the ground and make it look like we still live on a ball, because you're not going to get 50-50 ground and sky as you would on a flat plane. The other problem is the GoPro non-distortion lens will curve the outside of your camera angle. The other problem is the way light and cameras work itself. Light seen in a radial distance around the observer, and so the light at the end of frame is going to be coming in differently and appear to make the Earth curved. So we have all these things working against us, and I've modeled all these, and I realized the problem with trying to send a weather balloon up and check to see if there's curvature rate or not. We need a different type of test to see if we can get a level camera to see far enough to see if we can get that 50-50 ground meet sky, because on a ball that high you cannot, but you can on a plane.
Stan says 360.
I don't know how much does a 360 camera weigh. We also have to look at our weight. I mean, I'm not sure.
It's not very heavy. It's not like that. It's like a ball with the camera on it.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm thinking we need to strap a P900 to one of these balloons, but I'm not sure if.
I think probably better to use a 360 one because they're quite small. I mean, I think the other day, the cheapest one for him was about £70, but they do go up hundreds and hundreds of pounds. It'll cost you, some cost hundreds of pounds.
But we're going to need a camera that's going to be able to see infinity if we're going to see if the balloon is rising from a ball or a flat plane, because we need that distance of 400 miles. I've already modeled it to check the distances. In feet, we're going to need to be able to see 400 miles. if we're going to do the 50-50 ground meets sky, whether we're lifting off from a ball or a flat plane. As for seeing the curvature, we're going to get
Have you seen the?
All right, go ahead.
Have you seen the model I did for? Have you seen the model I did for design for a launch platform? Have you seen that one?
No, I haven't actually. You can send me pictures in the Skype if you would.
Yeah, sure.
I can check those out.
Yeah, I can bring it right up here too on this. I can bring it right up on the screen and give you a quick rundown too. Yeah. It was pretty simple. I just wanted to use a drone with 4 balloons and have them valve. You can actually control the pressure in the balloons.
It's not. Oh, you haven't done it yet. Sorry, you've not presented yet. Chris, do not show the link. There you go. He's there. That's it. Series is beating me. Series is beating me.
Application window.
It's black at the moment.
That's the Eclipse.
Yeah, it should pop back up here again in a second.
It takes time to pop up.
There you go.
Yeah, so I was going to use more than one camera. Actually, I was going to use like a 360 on the bottom and then have cameras as many as you can get on it, and then have basically a drone platform with 4 balloons to give it lift and take it all up to 100,000 feet. And then once it's at elevation, basically launch a rocket out the top, right with a camera on it, to take you up another 100,000 or 200,000 feet if you can, as far as you can get. Once, because it's going to be kind of a one-shot deal, right? You're going to lose atmosphere, so you'll lose thrust. But as far as it'll go, anyway. And then have these balloons basically valved so that you can have pressurized descent to bring it all back down at one piece before your balloons pop. Have a pop safety system on it, so set them to whatever the pressure is just below their pop value, so that they start to gas off a little bit as the pressure increases. Then once it comes back down to the 5,000 foot mark, then you just program it to return home to the waypoint slowly, and then go find the rocket. Basically, that's it in a nutshell.
So that's like a drone that can be remote controlled once it gets to a certain elevation and back down.
Yeah, exactly right. So you have the drone and the rocket go up all at the same time with the 4 balloons up to 100,000 feet. So you're not using the drone at initial launch, but it stays stable. I would have some powered gyros in the center point here to keep things stable, so you're not wobbling around like all the weather balloons wobble around. So just have 4 gyros on a battery that spin to keep it stationary and let it go up. And pretty much a static trajectory straight up. Then once it hits altitude, you just have an altimeter there that's set at 110,000 feet that lights off the rocket and let it go. And then depressurize the balloon slightly using valves, just a pressure system to depressurize and let it come back down slowly. And then once it gets to 5,000 feet, the drone kicks in, right? It's in a program just to return back to the home base, because they'll automatically return. Then you don't lose anything.
Okay, so on the drone too, just
say again.
On the drone also and the rocket?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I'd have a camera on the drone, and then a camera or 2 on the rocket. Yeah, because I wanted to collect some other data too. Like I wanted to be able to put some dosimeters on there. Just your standard ones that we use in refinery plants and so forth, just to get some data on the radiation and barometric pressure. Put a thermocouple temperature sensor on there to take the temperature readings, and then put a ping, like a sonic ping, so you can get some sonic readings with sound, right? And that'll give you a rough density of the air or lack thereof, because sound in a vacuum won't travel, so you can kind of measure the quantity of vacuum based on sound, bounce back rates, time, just to do some basic testing.
Have you priced the parts to make this?
Say again?
Have you priced the parts that it would cost to make something like this?
Yeah, it'd be less than 10,000 Canadian, I figured, for the basic Mylars and composites, 3D printed parts, and most of it's plastic, right? It'd be like a thermoplastic that can take the temperatures, and the Mylar balloons and stuff. Yeah. About
Just
10 grand,
Chris,
about
Chris,
less than
in
10
the
grand
chat-
for your, yeah, it'd be less than 10 grand
in
for
the
your
chat
initial
room,
one. Yeah.
Sideways just said drone could fall like a brick as soon as the balloons pop. What
No,
do you
the
say
balloons
to that?
No, the balloons won't pop because they're safety valve for pressure, so that they maintain volume. They don't pop. Right? They slowly gas off, so you can set the pressure limits on them, plus and minus, and then just slowly release the pressure in them so that they come back down slow. Yeah.
All right,
I hope
sounds
that answers
awesome.
that Sideways. Carry
I
on.
mean, that sounds pretty awesome. I wonder if there's a way we can stop like the 50-mile drift from where the drone's going to come back and start flying back, though. Because that's the big issue, tracking these guys down once we send them up.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking like you got the 4 gyros, or well, maybe 2 gyros would do it. But if you had 4 gyros on it, it would keep it in a relatively straight lock pattern going straight up. And then if 110,000 feet of line isn't that much, like, you know, just a nylon line, right? You could kind of reel it. Right, 100,000 feet of line is not very long, but just a bit of a tether. And hopefully you don't get too much static charge built up, right?
Very, very interesting. Okay, let's start the GoFundMe. I'm excited about it. I mean, they're doing Mad Mike's rocket. They raised $8,000 just to put a bumper sticker on the thing. And
right,
why can't we do that?
And I posted this design on my Facebook there a while back, and I got, you know, some interest from some other guys that are into the drones. They got some parts, and getting somebody with a 3D printer, and, you know, send them the model, convert this to the right file, send them the model, and start trying to make some stuff.
Yeah, because it's left to the people to do this, isn't it?
Well, I figure, you know, the initial one, you know, including the cost of the drone, a high-end drone is going to run you $5 grand anyway, but including the cost of the drone, the initial one probably less than 10 grand. And after that, because it's recoverable, so every launch after that's, you know, just the gas, right? It's just the gas in the balloon, so a couple $100, right? If that. Gas is cheap.
So how big a rocket we need to carry a camera?
I was going to try and go with not the biggest gas rocket that they have, because those are quite large, right there. Because the canister on them is about a foot for the rocket, so you need about probably a 3 foot. I was thinking a 3 to 4 foot rocket would easily carry a camera, no problem.
So basically, instead of all the millions and millions and millions of dollars and pounds and everything that NASA spent, they could have just spent this, and they could have told us more truth with this kind of thing than all the crap that they've been telling us.
Well, technically, I suppose, yeah. Yeah. You know, what's funny is this design was first put out in 1657.
Well, then it has to work.
Yeah, there was I got the idea from a monk. There was a monk that made a design in 1657 for a vacuum airship. So in his design, these balloons were actually vacuum, right? That would work too, but then you got no way to bring it back, right? If you make your balloons vacuum, then it gets up to vacuum and it equalizes and it just stays there, right? There's no way to put air back into it to bring it down, right? Yeah. You'd have to reel it in.
Huh.
Yeah.
You might wonder if you could actually carry air tanks for the balloons. Compressed air tanks. Yeah.
Well, then the mass is the same, right? The volume of the volume in the tank would be the same as if you put it into the balloon. It would be the same mass, right? So Yeah, I thought about that for quite a while. I was like, wonder if that would actually work. Well, I don't think so. But
Lack of vacuum, because the vacuum is actually the going up part, and when you let in the air, you actually remove the vacuum there, so there's a disbalance in there, so it goes down again.
You might gain a little bit
Ongoing.
of displacement. Yeah, you might be able to do a little bit with displacement, but I figured that
Don't you need to leave something behind in order to move, though?
the vacuum thing takes. I'd have to put some more thought into it because
the vacuum itself disappears, so you have less
the
vacuum.
compressed, like the mass of the compressed air in a tank would weigh exactly the same amount of the air you put into the balloons to displace the vacuum, right? So you still have to lift the same amount of weight, right? So
that's what I'm saying. You're not going with Newton's, what is it, third law or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. It's.
But helium, I think helium will take you up a long ways anyway.
So actually nothing can change.
Yeah, helium will go to 100,000 feet anyway without trouble, and they do it all the time. The trick is to stop your balloons from popping and then launch your rocket from there. Right, so you're not burning a whole bunch of rocket fuel to get you to 110,000 feet. You're actually launching from 110,000 feet. So
can we ignite something that high up? Would that be an issue?
Yeah, I've designed, it's not shown here, but I designed this canister to have a little bit of air in it, just enough oxygen, right? So you just cap it with something that's what they call like a fusible plug, right? Like you do in an air tank. And then you pop that at the same time you light your rocket, right? So it has enough oxygen to get the solid fuel burning. And then once the solid fuel starts, your solid fuel rocket engine makes its own oxygen to burn. So you do need enough air in this canister to ignite the rocket. Because you can't light a rocket in the vacuum, right? So you need a fusible plug.
Yeah, and the cannon itself is also a kind of pusher. You could make it longer, even that you even more push power upwards in the initial line.
Yeah, and I looked at the videos for testing that process, right? How to light a rocket in a vacuum. And so you definitely need a little bit of air just to start it. Once it's started, it goes by itself. But. Yeah.
All right, I'm excited.
Push anything.
Go for it, eh? Yeah. So.
Well, why not put up a GoFundMe page to build a tiny prototype? I mean, why not? I mean, that's what IPS did. IPS is aggressive marketing guy, and that's why he gets some results.
Yeah.
Like some of his tactics are not. He is an aggressive marketer.
Yeah, so if somebody wants to start like a Sun and Moon group GoFundMe and manage that part of it, because I'm not capable of doing that at this time. I can design the stuff and provide all the support. And I know there's a couple others that have some drone parts and so forth to donate to the cause, and camera guys, So.
All right, that sounds like a private meeting we could get together on sometime and
yeah, we should,
research that and see what we can do to market it with some GoFundMe or some type of thing. I mean, they did it with Mad Mike. They got $8,000 for a sticker. So why can't we get $2,000 more to make the actual vehicle to be sent up?
To do the prototype, at least, yeah, absolutely, to prove the concept, yeah.
Yep.
I would even like to build such a thing, but then bigger as the particular airship. What I mean.
Well, that's why I was going to try and do, because if this actually it works and you do one just to investigate what we want to investigate, but it's actually a proof of concept for a much better and higher end platform, right? For the film industry and exploration and high altitude, basically hotel destinations. You just keep scaling it up, right? You could actually go up there and stay there for a day or two, right? As long as you can keep your air pressure regulated.
Yeah,
Right.
hotel this is. Yeah.
Technically. I don't know if I'd want to go to a hotel that's at 200,000 feet and sit there for 24 hours, but
Yeah,
But
maybe
hey.
to jump.
So what? Not minus 17 degrees up there, or something like that.
I think it actually go, yeah, but minus 70 actually. It's getting cold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a
You
range.
might
There's a
want to
range.
try,
There's a range where it goes to, I think, minus 50. I think it is between minus 50 and 70, and then it starts to get warm again. So it goes warm, then cold, then warm. So that's kind of what I wanted to figure out too. Is I want to monitor the temperature to see what the wave is, what the sine wave is.
Pretty awesome. There you go, Karen. We need to have that meeting and figure out a funding thing.
Okay then. We will arrange that one then.
I think it's
Chris has got lots of meetings at the moment, aren't you, Chris? We've got another one with Jeremiah on Saturday.
Yeah, he's a drone guy for sure. Yeah, he's really
Yeah.
heavy into the drones. Yeah, so we can.
Yeah, we got
got
the brains of technology.
Yeah, and Jeremiah said he's interested in being a part of the project, and he's got some drones and things, so we can talk about the details of that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, all good stuff. How to the people, I say. We'll work out to get some money then.
Well, how much would a reasonable prototype cost? You said the real thing would cost 10K.
Yeah, I think probably less than 10K. Yeah, that's including the cost of a decent drone because they run $2 or $3 grand, right? But you need a drone that's one of the bigger ones that's like the two to 3 footers that can carry a bit of weight with it.
Okay, so what about a prototype? How much? A couple thousand maybe?
Yeah, even just for the test one, yeah, it wouldn't take that much. Just to test your valves, right? To see if you could take it up, say 30,000 feet, take it up, keep your valves constant, and then bring it back down slow, and then the next one go to 50,000, then 100,000. Right? I would do it in maybe 3 stages to target your target altitude, and then a full payload test before you launch your rocket. Right? Bring the rocket up, and then bring the rocket back, and then the last one you let it rip. Right?
Right. You see Rob Skiba's balloon launch? They had controls on there to keep track of it, but they had trouble in contact with their balloons. So
yeah.
So yeah, we definitely need testing.
Yeah.
Ron, you guys.
Sorry, what did you say, Mike?
It's been a pleasure talking with everyone.
Yeah, you stayed with us quite a long time, Mike. We do appreciate that. I'm going to come back because obviously we have to give you a hug now.
Oh, big hug, everybody! Big hug.
On our group.
Yeah, interesting conversation. I'm going to make a video explaining what I showed you guys, how the east and west east shadow works, because it's all just the angle in the light from a small sun spot. It does work, and I've got that video to put up. So you guys have a blessed day. All right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and I wanted to do it.
Okay, and obviously.
I was going to say, just I want to do another little bit of test in the model I have too, because I wanted to see that the quarter turn that the Earth should make in the 6-hour period that is shown. Let's just see how that works out as well. I did some manual shifting and stuff to see, but I wanted to do the time because it's supposed to last 6 hours, which is a quarter turn, which would be counterclockwise of the Earth during the eclipse period, with the 2 degree rotation of the moon at that distance too, right? Because I'm not sure if the shadow would actually almost remain stationary. It would almost tend not to move, as they would almost be rotating synchronous almost. Maybe.
It was about 2 degrees. That's what I came up with when I just was measuring distances. 2 degrees span the moon has.
Yeah,
but that would be interesting.
Yeah, because I come up with like 1.91 whatever degrees of shift on the moon's orbit. It causes the shadow to do to the whole 12,000 kilometers. But you have to rotate the Earth a quarter turn over 6 hours and see if you would almost think that the shadow would stay almost stationary relative to where it starts. right? The both would almost go at the same time, even though the moon's traveling twice as fast or whatever. But so
That'd be something worth modeling. See, Chris and I got the same info. It works. We never talk to each other. Everything is the same exact information. And the sun, according to their model, cannot leave defined shadows on Earth. I'll talk to you guys later. All right.
cheers.
A hug for Mike then, everybody. Series hug.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's gone.
he's gone. That was a quick
I'm good.
exit.
I'd rather not hug somebody who doesn't let his family have free will. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, Dee. Thanks for that. To say now.
It's in a way, with my ex, it wasn't me who was actually running my ship. It was my ex ruining my ship.
I'm gonna have to.
Me.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and now see what all I missed there. I missed about. It was pretty exciting here though, because we had brush fire started and the fire trucks were going and the lightning was going crazy and the police sirens and all that stuff going. None of the lights were working in town on the grid, so yeah, it was pretty crazy for about an hour. Yeah. It's amazing how reliant we are on power. Eh?
I wondered where you'd gone, Chris, because it's not like you to not to be on the hangout.
Yeah. Yeah, no, nature had other decisions on that one. It just went bang and that was it. It was gone. Yeah.
Everybody, we have, I mean, do you want to talk for a little bit, Chris, because you've not been on here, but we have actually done 3 hours, 40 minutes live hangout. Is there anything you would like to say?
Nope, I'm good. Just carry on, and I look forward to seeing maybe we can pull that model together and do some investigation and keep moving forward.
All that sounds exciting, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so far that I can actually transfer the map data into Blender files. So
Yeah, I'm excited to see what series comes up with. Yeah. Yeah. The goose is loose. Yeah, here he goes.
Yes.
Yeah,
And,
I think beyond level 11, beyond level 10, you will get them in pieces.
I figure at the rate the
Not in
series is going, in about 3 or 4 days, I'll be asking him for advice how to run Blender, even though I've been on it for 3 or 4 months. So,
I don't
He's
think
always-
Series has left the computer. I think Series hasn't had any sleep. I mean, like, I left, like, I said goodnight to him last night, and then I suddenly realised about 10 o'clock, if Series is there at 10 o'clock in the morning, it's because he's not been to sleep. Hello, Series, are you there? Yes, he'd not been to sleep.
Yeah, I've just been through 2 days in 4 days or so.
Matchstick Series, hold your eyes up.
Watching a lot of Blender videos of how people actually do things and figuring out the program is so, yeah, it's a beautiful program how it works actually.
Oh, it'll do
Holy
anything.
short-
Yeah, it'll do pretty much anything. It's open source, right? So every week or two, there's a new update and stuff. And
Well, yeah. I've never seen such a good interface for a user interface.
oh yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll do particle physics. You can do, simulations for fluid dynamics and magnetic fields and smoke and everything. It's all in there. Tornadoes.
Yeah.
I haven't even figured that stuff out yet, but I'm still working on it.
Yeah, it's so wide. There, it takes a while to figure it all out.
But I come from old school. I come from the
Haven't you, Series? To do some simulation, so don't you, Series?
Yeah, I come from the old school. Like I come from the old school CAD and like Pro Engineering 3D modeling. Like I used Pro Engineering back in the day to design stuff for industry, right? So this Blender, I was like, man, I wish I had that, 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow?
Well, I just want to explain to the chat room that tomorrow. Oh, so you're going to carry on talking, Chris? I was interrupting.
No. I was like, good. That's all I had to carry on with the close out there. I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, we missed you. I thought Mike might ask some questions. And I was thinking, oh, if he asks me, I need Chris. I just wanted to say to the chat room, we're back tomorrow night with Video Club. That's a group that we have on Facebook, and it's Flat Earth Video Club. So the idea is that one person, we put a video out and then have a live hangout. So that's what's happening tomorrow. And what we did was we picked Matt Jerome's work, which he's the guy with all the numbers and what do you call it? What do you call his works, Chris, or series?
Yeah, geometry and trigonometry. He's working geometry.
Yeah. So obviously the Video Club will have watched his video, and then he's coming on to talk about it tomorrow. And obviously the chat room can ask questions, which we will ask him.
Sorry,
So
Karen,
tomorrow.
which video? I'll stick a link in chat. Can you remember the title?
Yeah, all right, then you just talk for a couple of minutes and I'll just find it. Hang on. I'll just look for it. So, do you want to sum up today? Because it was still quite an interesting day, because we've talked again about the eclipse not working. That's really what Mike was telling us, Chris. You want to explain that to the chat room as well, what you did.
Well, it's essentially the same, like when you set it all to scale and the distances, the shadow just doesn't work. That's the main issue with it. You can't cast a shadow that far.
If it ain't reality, then it doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah. The whole thing, that's the main thing, and then it just falls apart from there. I mean,
yeah, there's so many angles to stumble upon and ways to actually figure out how it doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still working on some other aspects of that kind of ruins the globe model too, is the electrodynamics. I mean, that's my main thing, is magnetism and materials and iron, ferrites and magnetite. So it confirmed some research that I kind of knew from school way back when anyway, but when you pressurize, when you apply pressure to a magnetite type of material, and the more pressure you apply, then the less magnetism it can actually maintain in its permeability, because what happens, you start spreading all the crystals apart and separating the bonds between the molecules, right? And they lose their alignment when you start to apply pressure to it. And the other thing is also the Curie temperature of iron and magnetite both, but iron especially too. When you heat it up above its Curie temperature, it loses its magnetic field. Like, you can't maintain a magnetic field. So in the standard globe model, there's a certain portion of the mantle that's supposed to be liquid, pretty much liquid iron. And then the other part, they say, oh, well, it's a solid core, but we would be under immense pressure. Well, then if that's the case, then both of those philosophies fail, because you can't maintain a magnetic field. And without the magnetic field, then we have no life. There's nothing, right? There's no bending of light. There's no life. There's no anything, right? It just wouldn't work at all. So I'm trying to take it. I'm taking it to the other side as a cold fusion type of underlayer, like the substrata has to be a hydrogen-based cold fusion and carbon type of capacitor system based on salt, carbon, and water and hydrogen. Because I did find out that under enough pressure, hydrogen will not only, because we know that when you pressurize hydrogen, it'll go to a liquid state and it'll get cold, obviously, but if you put enough pressure on hydrogen, it'll actually turn into a metal, and it becomes a superconductor at room temperature, right? So, and there was an interesting article I saw here just today. I was reading it just before we came on, where apparently a physicist somewhere had taken hydrogen and put it between two diamonds and then pressurized it with 100 million pounds of pressure, the biggest pumps we could find or whatever, and he forced a small amount of hydrogen to become a metal solid crystal, and then he published the data, and then within a month, apparently his metal solid crystal has disappeared, and Harvard University has come after that report, and they're debunking it within the scientific community. But his paper, I think, I'll get the details on the article, but his paper was actually peer-reviewed and published in Science magazine before they had the chance to take it down. So I'm trying to track that story, because that kind of leads me into the whole pyramid thing we were talking about the other day, with the pyramids being a hydrogen.
All set up again for Monday to talk about it
Production.
again.
Yeah. So
Thanks, Dee. Can I just say that Dee's put the link in the chat room to the video that we're discussing tomorrow and the work that Matt does. And I think that he's been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize as well, that he's just found out. So that's what he told me today. So that's very exciting for him, isn't it?
that's cool. Yeah.
And that's what we're discussing tomorrow, is that link that Dee's just put out. That's Matt Jerome, his name is. And the reason I think he's important is we've got Chris, who'd come more from the sky side, the land, and then Matt's in the middle. That's how I saw.
Triangles.
Yeah.
Sorry. Nobel Peace Prize, did I just hear? I was kind of away in the chat for a second.
I think that's what he said. And it's Franz, the guy from Holland, who's nominated him.
Oh, somebody nominated him.
Franz.
That's a real thing. I thought you were just like joking, but that, you see, so Matt Jerome is being nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wow.
I'll get him to talk about it tomorrow a little bit before we actually get into the discussion. Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll all be at the end of this.
Or Franz Helslinger?
Him.
Nominated? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, Helslinger. Okay.
If I'm saying that properly.
Yeah, I didn't want to say his surname because I didn't get it right.
Yeah. Helslinger with an H kind of. Yeah.
Helslinger.
That's it.
Yeah, I can't say it. You say it. Yeah.
Helslinger.
Yeah.
Yeah, the G is the most hardest part for the Dutch, or the R.
Yeah.
Both are, and then I live in Groningen.
Yeah, Franz. From what I know, I've talked to Franz before a couple of times, and from what I know of his work, is he's got a group there, and they're really into the electrics and free energy and hydrogen production and all kinds of amazing scientific stuff. Yeah.
I hope he sees your work. It's it's an eye opener for me at least. Yeah, it's
well. Hopefully, more and more people are seeing what you two do.
Experience part what you have actually built up with your own life through your work.
Yeah.
On a particular level, yeah, it's kind of I did my own road.
Onwards and upwards. Yeah.
I was going to do like the summing up thing tonight, but Chris hasn't been here for most of it, so I don't know what Chris would say.
Oh, I'm good. Yeah, that's good. I just wanted to mention when I'm moving into the hydrogen stuff and the superconducting metallic hydrogen.
Is that partly to do with the eclipse again, or this is more to do with other stuff? Because
it's kind of following up on what Angel and I talked about as far as the pyramids being a high pressure hydrogen potential, and with the static fields. So I'm just investigating that. So just an update on that. I've learned
stuff then, Chris. What's going to happen to that?
More in that sense. and that it becomes eventually material.
Yeah,
Matter.
hydrogen becomes solid. Yeah, yeah. Under pressure with energy added, obviously you have to add a lot of pressure and energy. So that's why I'm thinking as the light comes into the construct and under the pressure at the center, creates solid matter, and it has to do with hydrogen dielectrics, creating actual solids out of gas and energy. Yeah, because it's growing from somewhere, and I'm just looking to find that point in a theory that says where is it coming from the inside out, right? And from the outside in, right? The energy comes from the outside, but it's growing from the inside out, like a seed.
Yeah, yeah. It's like we're in an egg.
Yeah, like you're inside an egg or at the center of an apple in the seed, right? Yeah.
And the egg is actually growing, eventually becoming a baby, and has to get out of the egg.
Yeah,
and that's the next step.
That's the next step. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been posting a link to a sacred geometry video that kind of goes into that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah, it's on. I've got the same
infinite.
thing on my channel, D.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, it's like the infinite potential of the 0 point energy kind of stuff, right? And
it's in part of one of my videos on my YouTube channel, which I put out in March, all about that.
Yeah, the only thing I look for, like, there's a lot of that stuff that I agree with as far as the 0 point, is as a crossing point. Like, nothing is infinite, but the only thing I watch out for is that the ones that propose that still support, the Big Bang and the infinite universe and the expanding universe and Doppler and redshift and all that stuff, I don't go for those because it has to be a closed system, right? It has to have an envelope on the boundary layer on the outside, and it has to be growing from the inside out, pushing, because that's where pressure comes from, right?
well, if you've got a link to some videos that would help there, that'd be ideal. Because like I said, the only ones I've got are definitely backers of the Big Bang Theory and stuff, from what I can see. So
yeah.
Hang on a minute. I'll give you one. I'll just go and look for it. I'll give you my one off our channel. Hang on for it.
Oh, I did find out something else too. Is today, just to update. If you go to Wikipedia and search for electric universe or electric universe cosmology or anything along the sorts, it's been actively suppressed and censored on Wikipedia. There's absolutely nothing about it, but it's been electric universe and David Talbot and a whole bunch of PhD physicists, Pierre Robitaille. Like, it's a big organization, and they've got in that field. I mean, it's been 20 years, right? And it's still not allowed to be mentioned on Wikipedia at all, period. There's one small article there that just skews it into what they call a plasma cosmology. And it's very derogatory and makes it come off like, the electric universe idea is like a pseudoscience quackademia, and they just discredit it actually right on Wikipedia. So that just there's definitely something to do with Wikipedia that's being actively censored. Yeah, for real science. I mean, these guys are PhD physicists, right? Right. Yeah. With proven theories and laboratory experiments to back it up.
I needed for a Blender to actually put my data in so that Blender could import it. That's then really Wikipedia.
I had some stuff I was going to show everybody about the formation of the Grand Canyon and things, and how electric forms things when there's liquid and stuff, but we've obviously run out of time. But I'll for tomorrow, maybe tomorrow night or next time, I'll queue up some stuff again and have it ready to go.
Yeah, let's see if we can.
All right, I'm done. That's it. I'm done. I'm complete.
So I'm coming back. I'm just getting a couple of links for D. That's one of them. Yeah, there you go, D. Okay, so shall we finish this hangout now then? Because we've been going for 4 hours now. Guys and girls.
Yeah,
Wishes there.
Oh, here's another one. Just one more quick thing to follow up on our last chat we had about the pyramids. And we were talking about cutting of stone and different theories along the lines. You can get a theory that kind of shows it was a hydrogen production facility and they could obtain enough hydrogen from it. Hydrogen will cut granite at 100 feet per hour at almost unlimited thicknesses. Just so you know, it's like just a hydrogen lance, like an oxygen lance. It'll go through granite like it's butter. So 100 feet an hour. So as far as, you know, how do you make sculptures and so forth out of solid granite and make them, you know, all nice and shiny, and well, the hydrogen itself will do that. It'll make a mirror finish right on stone, and it'll cut right through it like it's not even there. But it's hydrogen gas, which would back up the theory of the pyramids being hydrogen facilities.
Yeah. Cool. Well, yeah, it's always changing. So that's something new, isn't it? That part of it.
Oh yeah, yes. Next time Angel comes on, we can maybe discuss that a bit. Yep.
Sunday is Pyramid Day, guys.
I wonder if I could actually in Blender dynamically load part of the plane grid into another grid. Just glue it in there in a sense, that it all lines up with all the faces to actually show it.
Oh, I'm sure you can. You can do pretty much anything with that stuff, that Blender. Yeah.
I wonder how programmable it actually is.
I don't know.
Build. Maybe I can actually build a function for it, but then I need to learn Python first again.
Well, I do know, while we're chatting, I do know that in all the mathematical boxes, like where you put in your degrees and distances and scales and all that stuff, it's functional in that you can actually put a formula within the box rather than a dimension. You could say that x is equal to 1n divided by 2 over 6 pi, whatever. You put that right in there, and it'll calculate the parameters, and then scale your object to that distance.
Globals that you work with, I guess.
Right. So you might be able to do some logarithms within the mathematical dimension boxes. Just maybe check into that part of it. I've never tried, but you might. I have done, like, you know, the dimension of x is equal to, you know, 4 times 2 cubed or 4 times 2 squared, and you can put that in there, and it'll scale your object to that mathematical formula.
Yeah, I like to see if I could actually make the scene dependable on what the position of the camera is. So near the camera, you load actually the higher detail, but the further away, the rougher the detail becomes.
Is it tessellation? I think the answer to that is yes. You can do that. Yeah, I can. I have seen a tutorial on how to do that. You can program the parameters. If you're further out, it has less polygons, and the closer you go, the more detail it gets. Yes, you can do that. I'll find it for you.
Yeah. You know the distance of the camera?
Yeah, depending on the view distance of the camera. Yeah. Yeah, if you're way back out, it can be just one object with 4 faces, but as you zoom in, it can be a million objects at micro detail, and then as you zoom out, it loses detail. Yeah, it will do that.
Complete grid out of all the positions. I can even pinpoint a particular position in and out of there. Take so many kilometers, 5,000 for 45 max as a single sheet.
Yeah, it does have that. It'll do active surfacing like that. Yeah. Cool. I'll find that for you, and I'll send you a link. All right. Yeah. I'm done now, I think, for sure.
Thanks, Chris. Are you sure?
Bye, everybody in the chat. Yeah.
Oh, you're leaving.
Next time.
You're not staying. You're not staying for the bit afterwards, then.
Oh yeah, I came for like 5 or so. Yeah, I can hang out. Just saying bye to the folks in the chat. So.
Yeah, we always say goodbye to each other off air, by the way, guys. Just very quickly, Patricia, are you there?
Patricia.
Oh, maybe Patricia wasn't feeling very well earlier on, but maybe she's gone to sleep. She will watch the whole hangout tomorrow. Okay, Dee, any summing up for you then?
No, it's been a great time in chat. Not really been hit by the trolls. Obviously,
Oh, we got it in the main hangout, didn't we, instead?
yeah, it's a bit of a switch there. But like I say, it was a bit of a slip up. Hopefully that won't happen again. But no, apart from that, great discussions. And well, obviously I have a little bit of an issue myself with Mike, but tried to keep it on the down low a little bit. And yeah, no, like I say, I can't wait for more info to be forthcoming.
Cool, thank you, and thank you for
platforms. Sorry, there's a lot of interest in the chat about Chris's platform, and yeah, lots of people saying definitely go for a GoFundMe or something. So yeah,
Organize it.
definitely.
You not let him build it. Build it yourself. He just designed it. The rest you can put your own money in.
Right, Chris. Well, you've set the platform now for the platform.
The goal has been set. Yeah. There we go. I'm cool with that.
I'm very excited and really happy to be here with you guys. I really am. It's great. I love it. And yeah, hopefully everybody else does as well. Series, any summing up before we go?
I don't know. I'm not really used to summing up anything, but so far, it's a great hangout again. I mean, the whole chat with it, all the public, the more awareness there is,
and seeing that everybody sort of can come to the same conclusions like Chris. It's not just Chris saying that about the eclipse. We've got Z Proxy, Stan Smith, we've got obviously Chris and Mike Helmick saying the same thing, and I'm sure there's more, but at least saying the same things and coming together on that score.
Yeah, it shows a lot when you're coming independently without even talking to each other. Everybody reaches the same conclusion. Right? That just says it right there. Well, there's the answer.
Yeah, it's like Chris is working the circle, I'm working the square, and Matt is working the triangles or the angles, in that sense, or the angels, can also. And it all fits in the same thing because it belongs together. It's all one thing, but we're seeing it from a different perspective, a different angle of how you look at it.
So yeah, and that's another reason why we thought Video Club should do like some of Matt's stuff, so he can talk a bit more tomorrow, guys. So we're back tomorrow at 9 p.m. and we have to do another hug for everybody on the panel and everybody who's in the chat room and for everybody who's watched today. It's been a very exciting hangout again, and we will see you tomorrow, hopefully. So, bye everybody. Thank you for watching.